1, 2, 3, 4.
Muy buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Muy bienvenidos al
Welcome
simposio regional
to
3 décadas
the
de desempeño del mundo del trabajo en América Latina y el Caribe, avances y perspectivas. Actividad principal, como IT conmemoramos los 30 años de la publicación Panorama Laboral. Queremos dar una muy especial bienvenida
Outlook. We welcome the Minister of Labor and Social Security of Chile, Janet Jara. Also, Fernando Alvear, General Manager of Confederation of Production and Trade, on behalf of the International Organization of Employers, David Acuña, President of CUT of Chile, Trade Union, representing the American Trade Union Association. We have the 3 regional parties, and also welcoming and thanking the participation of Manuela Tomei, Assistant Director General of ILO, and all the representatives of workers and employers that are with us, and welcome also Claudia Conjurts, Regional Director of ILO for Latin America and the Caribbean, representatives of international organizations, colleagues from the United Nations, representatives of the Diplomatic Corps, Jimena Rivillo from Chile Valora, a very important labor organization for work in Chile, Ruben Juarez, representative of CAF, also Mijo of the National Union of Workers and other trade union associations with us. Jointly with the experts that will be participating, we have professionals, academia from different areas of Latin America and the Caribbean. We'll have 2 working days, most productive working days. Also, we greet those who are with us online and the platform ILO Live. ILO. This is the first experience broadcasting with our channel in Geneva. Our technicians have asked us to have very good quality of image and sound. So at some point, if we make a mistake, we apologize beforehand. Those with us that follow us with digital channels, you can make your comments hashtag Labor Outlook 30 years or Panorama Laboral 30 años. Also, social media. During the last 30 years, ILO has produced and disseminated in Latin America and the Caribbean an annual report that is Labor Outlook, where it offers an outlook of the situation of employment with data and analysis of the changes, fluctuations of unemployment rates, the impact of economic situation, and deficit of decent work, where we have all been intensely working working to cut this down. It is a pioneer report, but also it's a benchmark. It is a consultation tool for those who analyze, who make decisions around the realities of labor in the world. So we meet in this symposium to examine and discuss the present context of labor in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also to consider the challenges ahead. We will also go over the challenges of the region and new challenges like digitalization, automation, platform economy, just transition, and other subjects that surely you will bring up. So to begin, we will invite our Director General of ILO for Latin America and the Caribbean, Claudia Conrad. Please, you have the floor. Thank you, Fabio. Dear Minister Janet Jara, David Acuña, Fernando Alvear, representatives of social players, José Manuel Salazar, Executive Director of ECLAC, dear participants, good morning, everyone. In this very important day, I thank Fabio Beltrano, Director of the Southern Cone Office, for welcoming us. Thanks to each one of you who is present here, and also to those who are accompanying us virtually. It is a true honor. It is a pleasure for me to participate in this regional symposium commemorating 30 years of the publication of Labor Outlook of Latin America and the Caribbean. It acquires a special dimension for the history, trajectory of ILO in Chile, jointly with other important agencies of the UN system like ECLAC and FAO, with regional headquarters here. This debate, this space for debate will give us the opportunity to reflect, to think about the very dynamic regional scenario and the different perspectives for the labor world in the coming years. 80% of the household income comes from the labor market, underscoring the critical importance of understanding the evolution of our labor markets and direct impact on the well-being of individuals. Amidst social, economic, environmental transformations, the labor outlook that has provided us a snapshot and historical record of what happens in our region has been key to promote decent work and social justice in our region since 1994. Present figures reveal significant challenges. 1 out of every 2 people is in a situation of informality, and that represents more than 130 million workers. And many of these persons are living in poverty conditions, a condition that impacts 200 million people in our region. The informality rate exceeds 80% in more vulnerable populations like indigenous peoples and migrant populations. In spite of subsequent or recovery after the pandemic 2019, there have been deep consequences in the region. The situation is most challenging today, given that no improvements are observed in labor markets as compared to 2022. On the other hand, automation, digitalization, AI, all of them present challenges that, of course, call for special attention in this context. Considering that also there are opportunities there, but the protection of workers needs to be guaranteed. Latin America and the Caribbean is a complex, diverse region, but also there is heterogeneity, and we need to face common challenges and move towards social justice in a collaborative manner. ILO ILO has played a significant role in this 3-decade journey in the labor outlook. It has been our company documenting the labor history and referring to the struggles and successes. And this regional symposium is a space for thought, for reflection, for learning, and for building a better labor future for all in our region. In the coming days, we'll explore with 20 speakers from 12 countries of the region how to address the complexities of labor in our region and how to build a more just and equitable future. And we will begin with the opening address with Mrs. Janet Jara, Minister of Labor of Chile. We'll have a video message from Ricardo Lagos Escobar, former President of the Republic of Chile. And we'll be listening to Jose Manuel, Manuela, and so many others in order to address the key topics, in order to really have a deeper approach to the labor world in the region and how can we build a better future. So, for the team of the region, it is important in this 30th anniversary of this publication to stop and think about the past, present, and future. And of course, highlighting the significance of inclusive, adaptational, and equitable policies in order to overcome emerging challenges and achieve decent work. Welcome to this symposium. Thanks for your participation, and we will have hopefully very enriching 2 days. Thank you. Well, thank you, Director Claudia. It's a pleasure to have you here in the office of ILO Santiago. And now we will invite the Minister of Labor of Chile and of Labor and Social Security, Janet Jara, thanking Chile for being this host country for the work, continuous work we conduct, not only with the government, but also with the other members with whom we will share this morning.
Gracias, Fabio.
Thank you, Fabio. Good morning, everyone. To the hosts and representatives of ILO. And we want to thank not only this commemorative activity and time for thought and meeting, but rather the history of the publication you've made. It has served as a basis for many public policies, for analytical reflections, and for prospects and opinions from the world of workers. Indeed, it is an important work of systematizing information that, as there is a popular saying, not only in Chile, we know information is power. So, indeed, it is most useful. As Minister of Labor of President Gabriel Boric, I want to thank the invitation to this regional symposium. As I was saying, the publication of this labor outlook of ILO for Latin America and the Caribbean is a significant landmark. For 3 decades, this publication has accompanied central lines of labor debate, economic and social debate as well. And thus, it has become a technical important benchmark where any advance and discussion of public policy with a focus on social justice, something key considering the characteristics of Latin America and the Caribbean. And this reflects the essence or deep inspiration of ILO and how it enables, facilitates resources to affirmative direct measures that tend to progress in what convenes us all. That is, decent work that will enable persons to have labor adequate conditions as well as living and human conditions centered in providing correctly, safely and adequately to their families income and quality of life. The challenges we experience in the world of labor in Latin America and the Caribbean are challenged by common elements. Firstly, as we know, we have certain inevitable tasks, like, for example, recover ourselves after the pandemic. It hasn't been easy, and the countries have had to live economic adjustment processes. We've experienced that here as well, with things that maybe were more recurrent, but here it hadn't happened. For example, having an inflation close to 2 digits. I mean, that was extremely complex for us. It's not over, but indicators show that the adjustment made so far has made this to go down, the inflation rate, and hopefully here to December we'll have a 4.5% inflation rate, involving a major effort with implications on the world of labor. And jointly with the recovery from pandemic, there are 3 fundamental processes that come from before but have accelerated now. Firstly, the need of socio-ecological just transition. Claudia was mentioning it in our country. Particularly, this is expressed in the need of generating new occupational profiles in emerging areas like green hydrogen. So this challenge that is present in the whole region, I'm sure, has to be addressed prospectively. Secondly, we have a technological transformation that accelerated as a result of the pandemic. Here we have experienced this internationally. This is being felt, as the director for the Southern Cone has said. This can also be an opportunity. The main challenge there is the reconversion of jobs, especially those of lower skill labor. And we've seen this because there is a debate about multifunctionality, automation, and other elements that tend to endanger certain jobs, as well as the role of AI, artificial intelligence, in other professional work. I had another data here that I wanted to share with you. As a result of digital acceleration triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Association of Chilean Corporations of Information Technology are 10,000 workers that are required in this 2023. We have major challenges that push from technological industry a more accelerated transition, calling for labor skills that may be prospectively but it calls for ongoing training, and that has been a value of labor, but has been very slow in labor markets. About the role and training, ongoing training.
It is, of course, very well documented and has to do with population aging. We know that life expectancy is higher today, and on the other hand, in the labor market, we can imagine that employment not only needs to go to people who have a certain age. What happens is that people around 50 years of age have many difficulties in finding work, and they have a long life ahead of them. So we need to update the digital skills of people, but also to value experience and their trajectories. I would also add that valuing the fact that someone with experience and skills requires less training for the new job. So there is something there. It is not only economic, but also cultural. I'd also like to mention that we've been able to work in a tripartite manner that's part of the ILO's values, where labor is a very important part of our work, and the 40-hour weeks, and of course the agreement of the ILO on mining safety. We are also incorporating the ILO's elimination of discrimination in the workplace and harassment in the workplace in October this year, and of course the importance of historical agreements, for example, with the Central Unitaria de Trabajadores, the workers' union for minimum wages, and represented by the CBC and small and medium companies, as well as the workers. We have tried to make these changes happen in a way that can achieve a certain change. In the past, there was no specific change because everyone was left with their own achievements, but no one was budging from where they were found. This did not change the lives of the workers and of people. So we're extremely pleased that we were able to develop this, and we hope to be able to conclude our work, or to crown our work, with a national agreement on the pension reform, because the perspectives of wage or salary equity, the participation of women in the workplace, informality, these are all challenges that are present in Latin America, but the lesson that Chile needs to take from other countries is that when we age, we do so on our own, and it makes things more difficult. It is not fair for the elderly, especially. They have given so much to the country. Thank you very much for the publication and for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Janet Jara, for introducing us to this concept that is so relevant for labor in Chile and in Latin America. It's also important to bear in mind social dialogue and the consensus that we need to reach all these agreements. Also present is the former president of the Republic of Chile. He also worked at the ILO once, Ricardo Lagos Escobar. Unfortunately, due to health reasons, he wasn't able to attend today. Those of us who have lived in Chile for some time know his trajectory well, so we won't be hearing from him, but we have a broad audience. Many of our colleagues and experts are connected via streaming on our streaming channel. Let me remind you that Ricardo Lagos Escobar is a doctor in economy. He is a former president and also of Latin America and the Caribbean at PREALC. It was a very important program for the region that had its seat in Santiago, Chile, for around 3 decades. During this period, Ricardo Lagos Escobar was also employed at the ILO in the 70s. He is very well linked to our organization. When you enter the building, there is a plate which is part of Ricardo Lagos's legacy. It was a construction of this building together with Juan Somavilla, Director General, and you will see the names of both people on this plate. They left their mark on the ILO, and they have lit the path for all those of us who work here today. So, unfortunately, we will not have him today in person. The economists spoke about formal and informal work, and work had to do with the productivity of human beings. No funciona. And then we began introducing concepts of other nature, not only the importance of equality or the importance of everyone having equal possibilities. Consequently, it was very important to see how Latin America entered a moment where it renewed its thought, and the concept of decent work was adopted strongly. And then it didn't really matter whether a person was from Party A or Party B. It had to do with the dignity of work. The problem is about the employment opportunities for youth. It's important to understand that the new generations will have to introduce the concept of decent work, because this decent work carries with it the need to increase productivity of work. And this link between productivity and decent work is of the utmost importance. You may excuse me for entering your lives. Who am I to offer any advice? Someone who is 85 years old. Out of respect to age, I would say that we have learned that work is inherent to human beings. The human being's mere existence forces us to think that you will have some sort of work. Part of life is to have a good work, a good job. And what the ILO did with its creation was to make work decent. Decent work has been, as a term, has been perfected in time, and I would say that the new change would be, how do we make decent work evolve in these new times where work has changed from industrial work to work that is based on what we are able to share with our mind and to project with greater productivity. This new concept is the ILO. It is what you must be proud of inheriting. And I have no doubt that the next, I don't know about 100 years, but the next 50 years will be very different and will benefit from all the debate and conversations that you will have about artificial intelligence and how this can replace even our thought, those of us who come from the industrial age. We would like to specially thank Mr. Ricardo Lagos Escobar for his message. We will allow the minister to take leave. She has a press conference. Thank you, Minister, for participating and leaving us with these important reflections, which have paved the way, together with Ricardo Lagos' words, for this second part. So to delve into more specific topics, we'll invite the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar Chirinax, who will address the new productive paradigms, technological change, and the future of labor in Latin America and the Caribbean. He was a director at the ILO. He was also my boss at one point. So we're very pleased to have you with us to share your presentation and a few topics that will also help develop this conference. Good morning, and thank you. It is a true pleasure to be here. This was once my home for 14 years. I was 10 years in Geneva, looking at employment at a global level, and then almost 4 years as regional director for Latin America and the Caribbean. So you can do the math, 14 years at the ILO and 21 at ECLAC. It's a true pleasure to see so many friends, colleagues, and so many of you that we have carried out activities with, so many conversations on all related matters. Manuela, it's a pleasure to see you here. Thank you to Claudia Conjaez and everyone who is with us today. What I'd like to share with you today is key, something we have worked on here at the ILO. Can somebody help me with the presentation, or do I get a clicker? Well, following former president's very interesting remarks, I'd like to talk about production and work. Thank you. As you know, and as always, we work on this. It is more important than ever to see that we have two sides of a coin. We are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the ILO, and so much has been said about the future of labor, but we can't do it without the future of production. On the other hand, I wanted to begin with this quote. We all know it by heart, or at least we can recognize it, by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, which is spectacular. I'm not going to read it, but basically in the last sentence he says, the world was so recent that many things lacked a name, and to mention them we had to point to them with our fingers. Things have varied now, because now what happens is that the world is changing so quickly that there are things that we need to point at, find a name for. And again, this is happening in developed countries. We have many Anglicisms and we use words adopted from other languages. That is a result of this world change factors. Well, this presentation is not so much to share new things, but to organize what we have and to set some sort of guidelines or order. And it is an increasingly complex world, and there is added value. I hope to be able to help organize some ideas and trends. If we look at the factors of change in the labor world and production, a short list would be all demographic factors, technological, business models, hiring, ways of hiring people, productive development and growth and structural change. It is all part of it. It takes us to the type of structural change that we have. And it is pending then to develop and to look at the session that is about this topic. And we now have climate change and what this means for the labor world. It is huge and has many dimensions. I'm not going to refer to that.
And then, very briefly, refer to the ideas. What to do, what type of answer to all these themes. You have demography, population, technology, business models, and I will briefly refer to them, to what is contracts, because after me, Manuela will follow, and she is the expert in contracting. So let us begin with population demography. This is a graph with data of SENADE from 1950, including a forecast until 2100. And so the change in population of people over 65 years and more. Look at the gigantic change since 1950. There were 168 million people, total population of Latin America and the Caribbean, and 3% of them were elderly. Now, in 2000, population had increased. That was the major demographic transition. Birth rate, 522 million people and 6% elderly. In 2050, CELADE forecast, and demography is one of the most exact sciences, unless there are major disruptions. The population of the region is going to be 749 million, and of which 20% elderly population. So it is multiplied by 5, but 20% of the population, that's a drastic change, absolutely radical. It goes, and it's enormous. In 2100, population will be less for demographic reasons, but 32%, 207 million will be senior citizens or elderly population. So that is financial pressure for social security systems. What that involves in changes and method, the need of the labor force that will be the one that will pay with the pay-as-you-go and social solidarity and pensions of those 200 or 150 million elderly. All that is an enormous change for which we need to prepare ourselves. We are already there, but it's not only adding short-term issues, but that will deepen and the need will be ever greater. And there is an aspect, interesting, positive one, which is the opportunity of employment creation with an increase in demand in all the care society occupations. So it's not only the need of expanding the care networks for women to join the labor market, but proportion of men and women and time use. Now, care is already a reality. It's more the care for elderly instead of children, and it's much more complicated taking care of an elderly person. You need therapeutics, doctors, psychologists, and so forth. So it's something that will require institutions, investment, and will be one of the occupational groups that if done correctly with the needed investments, there will be an enormous demand for employment there. So as to job creation. Now, this is similar for the youth. I won't stop here because if not, I will not meet the 20 minutes. There is a reflection on how Latin America has ended the era of the demographic bonus. There is a serious issue as to youth employment, but the importance of demographic changes as a context for the future of labor. Secondly, technology. There is a list of technologies in all those fields, internet, in big data, AI, robotics, Uber. All of that is changing, each one of it. And what makes the change to be so surprising, rapid, and exponential is the convergence. Everything converges in the labor world, and you have new products, new services, processes transforming life as a result of all that, and in the way in how humanity innovates, works, and educates itself. So that technology factor is so great that you need to click to the next screen and open things here. Once again, in an effort of organizing ideas, one of the impacts of this is this new paradigm that is Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is not only industry, it's modern services, it's agriculture, modern agriculture. All the productive paradigm is 4.0 industry or Industry 4.0, and then you have the consequences of that, how to achieve that, and the heterogeneous nature of those productivity issues leads to opportunities, inequalities, and all the dynamics of destruction and creation of employment. Creative destruction, since Jupiter, John Maynard Keynes was concerned about that, and that famous essay of Economic Opportunities for Our Children, 1932, thinking about a future where the problem was going to be idleness. There was going to be such a big productivity leap that humanity would have too much time, and what to do with that idle time. That is not being materialized. Well, there are acceleration of transformation of skills required. This technology changes, accelerates obsolescence and demands for new skills. All this concept of ongoing training, ILO works in the region, and the role of training agencies, new skills, capacity building, and the risk of higher inequality. Please, someone tell me when I'm only 5 minutes left. So, I said this new paradigm, the convergence of all that is taking us to intelligent products, smart logistics, supply chains, intelligent factories, distributed manufacturers. Depending on their technology, SMEs can once again be competitive, because the concept of scale economy not necessarily, but it's not necessarily linked to large companies. It can also be very productive from an SME, but it's not a scale economy, but rather by niches. And there are some very interesting subjects. The subject of acceleration of destruction, there is abundant literature, including all that ILO has produced in academia as well. There you can see the techno-optimistic and the techno-pessimistic. And there are some references of classical books. The optimists say, yes, of course, there will be displacement of workers, but there is complementarity as well. And this is going to increase human capacities. We'll have a smart assistants that will increase productivity. Other technology revolutions that have destroyed employment. And this time, it's not going to be different. What we need is economic, sociological imagination so as to see the marvelous world of technology that is coming. That's one vision. And for several areas of reality, that is absolutely true. And then you have the techno-pessimistic that say, no, this is different, changes are exponential. And now with artificial intelligence and even more, machines will displace the humans in many tasks, will exacerbate inequality, and this is a major risk, of course. It's not something in the air, it's a reality. Productive systems and institutions won't be able to adapt. They are lagging behind. Even to understand the technological change, we are lagging behind, and thus to have the type of policies, responses, and institutions that are required to face this world. And we have on top, and there is a career between education and technological change will always go ahead. Yes, that is a concern, and especially now with the AI. I tell you, the other day I saw an article in Financial Times with this British humor, where in the first paragraph you realize there was something strange. There was a congress of robots, of AI, that were sharing and talking in a summit, and they were very concerned about the discontrol of humans. Discontrol of humans. So it was a tremendous congress, but really seeing what solution and how could they control the human being, because the world was out of control, so said the robots. And this in this book that is already 5 years old, of Richard Baldwin, of how he placed emphasis in the difference between globalization 1.0 and 4.0. And in the 1.0 it says it threatens the workers of developed countries, the import of pieces and parts. And, well, given that, I'm interested not to lose the last part of this, but it's very interesting that we know well of how with this explosion of internet and services provided by the web, it's not only workers, industrial workers, it's all that is exported in services that with the skilled labor force, these telemigrants of the developing countries are creating tremendous competition for the workers of developed countries. But that is an opportunity for developing countries. There are opportunities for growth. My country, Costa Rica, is exporting 6 billion. 25% of the total exports of goods and services are exported by internet. And that began as call centers or back office services, but today it's an enormous amount of services with good salaries. This is interesting as well. Kai-Fu Lee, in this book of superpowers of AI, where they have this case, it's for the cognitive skills. And there in the vertical axis is what's most social and less social. And in horizontal, what is based on optimization, big data, robots, algorithms, versus that which is based on creativity. And therefore, an effort is made. It's interesting, ILO has interesting work on this, to see what are the occupations that are most at risk. And this is the same, but for physical work, physical labor, different from cognitive labor. And here all experts agree in that this is very serious, that there is a major process of destruction, which is important to bear in mind and having it diagnosed in each country. But the challenge is how to make the creative part going ahead, further ahead than the destructive, and that will have an influence on growth of employment, and therefore the fourth factor will be very important. Third subject, acceleration and transformation, to say that demand for new advanced skills increases, and therefore there is a difference. That is a reality. We know that that imposes on education, on professional training, on the ongoing information training, and training is a labor market that's highly dynamic given this reason.
And the greatest inequality which we're seeing with economists, and it's called skills-biased technical change. We know that there's greater demand of qualified workers, and this hikes the salaries, and then you have a greater demand of unqualified workers. So there's works such as Cohen's, it says the average is over, and the one by Autor and Dorn that is about the empty middle. So we have a project which is to do something with the middle class with Manuela. We never were able to, but it's very interesting. We have the challenges and the solutions in terms of productivity, policies for productive development, for labor transitions, all the support in terms of social security and supporting transitions for those deployed and PDPs and retraining, and we then have the acceleration, transformation of skills required at work, the obsolescence of the old ones and a demand for new ones. But there is a common thread, and it is the development of human talent. It's not a magic wand for everything, but it is a common element for productive development and to support the productivity and the rhythm of the labor market. Okay, I can't delve into this, we don't have enough time. And all the existential questions that we have here at the ILO and for our tripartite partners, how to maintain all these new conditions that we've been talking about for the labor world, the gig economy, the on-demand economy, you know, phenomena like Uber and Didi and all those. All these platforms, and we have a lot, but I can't delve into it, as I mentioned. The fourth factor to conclude, and this is something that we are emphasizing at EPCLAC, and you know that we have a tradition that has to do with technical progress, the structural transformation, development, and so much more. The development model in Latin America, and etc. And we have growth. It needs to be inclusive and sustainable. But the thesis here is, you know, sometimes we use these adjectives as if they were something superficial, but there are 4 words that we can basically prepare a conference on. Inclusive, sustainable. For it to be inclusive and sustainable, it needs to be high and sustained for decades. And countries with high performance show this. Sometimes you have 2-3 years, you make changes, and what if there is a contraction the following year? So look at the graph. It is 70 years of growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. The orange ones are more of the golden years. Those are average growths in the region. It's been around 5 and 6%. Then we had the lost decade of the 80s. So much was said about it, and growth was 2%. Then we had the reform, the Washington Consensus, and all the other changes in the model. Growth is better than the lost decade, but still around 3%. If we calculate from 2010 to 2020, in this decade, 1.9, it's a little better than the last decade. But if we calculate from 2014 to this decade, we're a month and a half away from finishing, it's 0.8% growth. And there's a very important detail here. But sometimes you say, oh, that's because of the contraction of the pandemic. But no, that was around 6 point something, but it was compensated with the bounce back effect. It recovered, so it's around 3.8% throughout the decade, and that is minus 6.8, and that is dramatic. With this growth, how to reduce poverty, informality, it's all very low, so these are variants. It's an average, but there's countries that have had much worse performance. So for the future of work, and we can go back here to Germany and other markets, we see Latin America is flat, and more or less details, we have a serious problem in productivity. And with his wisdom, Ricardo Lagos mentioned decent work and productivity, and that's what this is about. And I need to conclude with this. We need the policies for productive development, the PDPs, it has to do with the growth scheme. We want to make work more sustainable. At ECLAC, what we're elaborating is this. We believe we need to stop being shy, and it's not really about winners, not winners. The U.S. is working on one of the most powerful industrial market in the world, perhaps maybe not the strongest, maybe after China, second. But we are not looking for the one list. It captures several of the areas in these sectors. Everything that is green, green transition, electromobility, circular economy, bioeconomy. What isn't green is mostly green. Everything should be green. But this is what we call the main environmental drivers. We are working on much of this still. We have a very clear awareness after the pandemic on all these matters. The pharmaceutical industry, the medical devices industry, the export of modern services, so and several others. But all these things need to be a part of the transformation that we seek to make it greener and more inclusive. And this is part of the transition of the SDGs. All of this has traction in the SDGs. And if we're looking at the SDGs, the result should be to have better employment, to increase human talent, to have greater economic growth. So ultimately, what we see behind an economic growth strategy is a systematic development of all these areas. And looking forward, here is a list. We could think about different things that are important, but these are recommendations to develop a better future. It goes hand in hand. They're both sides of a coin. Spaces for dialogue, for collective action, social dialogue at the ILO, all sorts of social dialogue is of the utmost importance. Prospective actions for the future, and human talent, scaling productive development strategies, supporting labor transitions, protecting the workers by means of a redesign, and adequate responses to demographics. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you. I need to leave after I hear Manuel. Thank you, José Manuel. Thank you very much for bringing us your perspective and analysis to think about the present and the future. We would now like to invite our colleague Manuela Tomei, Deputy Director General of the ILO, of the government's node, rights and dialogue in Geneva, at the ILO in Geneva, and she will be presenting on decent work and social justice in a world context of crises and the acceleration of structural economic transformations. Manuela, you have the floor. Thank you for joining us here in Santiago. Thank you very much. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be here. Last time I came to Chile was before the pandemic, and it's always a pleasure to come back and to share the podium with my friend José Manuel Salazar. You are from ECLAC, I am from ILO. Hopefully we'll be able to move forward with that middle class study. I don't have any PowerPoints, but I'd like to share a few reflections with you on the future of work, on the agenda of decent work and our mandate. As the previous speakers mentioned, we live at a time that is marked by confusion with multiple crises. I'm referring to those caused by the high prices of food and energy, extreme climate phenomena, geopolitical issues, as well as armed conflict. This reality is still the full recovery is still pending for many countries. It has been the most devastating pandemic in the last century, and it did away with much of the progress that was reached in the last 2 decades while seeking to reduce poverty, improve the quality of life, and increase rights. And I would like to mention some figures. José Manuel has projected onto the future and the present here with us, making reference to some older issues that continue to exist. The ILO calculates that there is 100 million children working in the world. 8.2 are in Latin America. Forced labor during the pandemic reached 27 billion and 11.6 billion in this region. 2 million workers have died in the last year given work-related accidents or health. And as Claudia mentioned, in many countries, the percentage of poor workers has increased, meaning those who, despite having work and formal work, still live in poverty. These crises reveal ingrained shortcomings and deficiencies, and to this we can add the opportunities and challenges associated with the transition, the environmental transition, demographic and digital transition. The perception that something is deeply unfair is one of the most important causes of the social instability and of this greater disconnection between people and institutions that are at our service. 3/4 of the people that replied to a recent global survey stated that they are undergoing hardship, and 1/4 said that they are not doing well. And the report from 2023 of the Latino Barometro speaks of a democratic recession in Latin America, given the low support that democracies have, the collapse of and bad performance of governments and politicians and the low support that democracy has today. I believe this is the context within which we are that we're experiencing. And of course, the labor markets have become much more complex and uncertain.
But different from risks that can be prevented or mitigated or eliminated, the uncertainty is much more difficult to manage and takes us by surprise. Social justice and decent work are aspirations, but never before have we been absolutely mindful of building resilient and just economies. Let us not forget that in crisis periods present major opportunities to improve cooperation and dialogue in order to seek shared solutions. ILO emerged 100 years based on the ashes of the First World War. And really, the idea was to have a social contract based on the recognition of the principle of freedom of association and of trade unions and dialogue between employers and workers. Let us not forget that employers' associations are the result of the ILO, of that contract. 1919 allowed for one single way of governance that continues to be very relevant, especially for the times of great opportunities that we are going through, and that is three-partyism. So on the basis of the past challenges and opportunities of the present is that ILO, through the new administration, has put its effort for a new social contract and commitment with leaving no one behind. So, what is social justice? Let us see that. What is social justice today? Here, I would like to refer to some elements that were provided in the Declaration of Philadelphia of ILO. And I don't know if you share that or not, the idea if that is social justice. All human beings, without distinction as to race, creed, have the right to perceive their material well-being and spiritual development conditions of dignity and equality of opportunities. I see you nodding, so you agree with this definition of social justice. So how do we promote today social justice in a world that is so dynamic or with convulsions? I think that employees and people of the labor world are still very relevant, but I would like to underscore 4 axes of this agenda that mutually reinforce each other. What are we proposing? 1, the first axis is that of governance. Inclusive and effective governance in the world of labor based on the right governance. Policies do not come out of the air, but rather are the result of processes of negotiations where socioeconomic and political considerations prevail. So governance is key. Second is to have productive employment, full employment. Is that a dream or is it a fact? Full employment and ongoing learning, as you have pointed out. The third axis is strengthening of institutions of the labor market for labor protection and objective results. And the last axis is protection of persons throughout the life cycle in order to facilitate just transition. So let us go into the details of the access. First, inclusive and effective governance of labor based on rights. José Manuel referred previously to regulations, to the challenges of regulations of a changing world. Now, the way in which societies regulate labor continue to set the foundations of social justice. Laws and institutions grant rights, powers, formalize the access to decent work, and facilitate and enable social justice and democratic participation and social dialogue. There is no future in labor without future of social dialogue, and we need to rethink also social dialogue, modalities, how all this evolves. I think during COVID, social dialogue became a protagonist in the determination of responses to emergencies caused by the crisis of health, as well as the formulation of solutions, adaptation, and recovery longer term. The type of agreements that were reached during the initial part of the pandemic shows that social dialogue does not leave out flexibility when there is trust and common purposes and a shared vision. That said, the existence of conflict is undeniable. It's present in all countries. And what you need to do is that social dialogue, and this is a pending act, be incorporated to the social fabric as a permanent reality and not only as an occasional experience caused by emergency situations. That is why it is undifferable, the respect for freedom of association, trade union, freedom, collective association, an essential condition. It's evident, as José Manuel said, that technological innovation in labor and production need to also go along with innovations in governance, without leaving aside the search of ways to promote formalization for the million of workers of informal economy. Companies, corporations, SMEs, and major companies require productivity, which is a sine qua non condition to grow, and facilitate the necessary conditions for formality of workers. The other major access, of which we will speak this afternoon, therefore I will not go into the details, is the creation of full, productive, freely chosen, and ongoing learning employment. That objective sometimes would seem to be unreachable, and volatility of labor markets is present. Economic growth does not necessarily lead to the creation of productive employment. And each new crisis reverses the achievements. And so what you are thinking or underlying this afternoon is, in fact, the fact that macroeconomic policies need to be based in transformative policies, raising the creation of productive and decent employment as a purpose, as a target. A type of this approach should be focused in public-private investment, creating jobs and other measures related to stimulate demand, drive productive transformation, achieving environmental sustainability, and overcoming economic imbalances like the burden of debt. Another key subject is to ensure that these macroeconomic policies, employment policies, be transformative in favor of gender equality, and that they be designed so as to improve the prospects of most vulnerable groups in labor markets. An example of that, as Jose Manuel was saying, could be the investments in economy of care. In fact, there is a great potential insofar as net generation of formal employment, employment addressed to reduce gender inequalities. The quality of the system of training of any country is key for equal access to employment opportunities and facilitate just transitions. And also to help individuals face transitions throughout their labor life, from the school to work, from training to work, from one job to the other, from that job to retirement, thinking or requiring a different approach of labor market activities with social protection, where we are not only thinking about the unemployment insurance, but also to have just employment. The third axis is the strengthening of institutions of the labor market in order to achieve equitable results. And here I would like to specifically refer to the challenges of the present crisis of the cost of living, especially for workers with low salaries and salary policies. It is important to reinvigorate salary policies, including minimum wage. But not only that, the issue of vital salary that is in the constitution of ILO has been growingly considered in international and national debates. That debate, there is a response to that debate with volunteer approaches, regulatory mechanisms to offer adequate salaries from initiatives promoting vital salaries in the supply chain at safe rates in transportation and supply chains. The Council of Administration of ILO that has just finished has also approved a three-party meeting of experts in order to define what is a vital salary, vital wage. What is the purpose of that salary? What are the parameters, social and economic parameters that need to be considered for it to be not only a vital salary, but also allowing to face demands and needs of workers and families, but also what its feasibility, economic viability. And it's not only a matter of establishing benchmarks, as it is the case of some cases, but also what is the process by which you can define and adjust vital or lifelong salaries. And once again, three-party dialogue and collective negotiations are important. On the other hand, AI and the risks involved in the bias of AI, like discrimination, underline the urgency of identifying solutions for effective protection in this context. So, I will now move to the last axis, or pillar. It has to do with the protection of persons throughout the life cycle in order to facilitate equitable transitions. Social protection is a human right. This is important to highlight and underscore. It's important because it provides access to an adequate level of life and capacities that are necessary for persons to develop their full potential. The COVID pandemic revealed in a conclusive manner the disconnect existing between the view of protection, the mission, aspiration to universal social protection, where everybody having access to a comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable protection through the life cycle, and reality. Many countries cannot offer access to health care and unemployment during the pandemic. We're not able to do it during the pandemic, and this underlines the urgency of investing in social protection systems, especially in floors of social protection, guaranteeing a basic level of income, security, and access to health by all. The level of expenditure in social protection worldwide continues to be insufficient, just like in the case of these region floors of social protection, to guarantee them, unless to ensure higher levels of protection for a greater number of people.
So I believe that this is a very important challenge that must be addressed decisively, and to achieve everything I've said, and here I'd like to do a little advertising for the ILO, and which has been approved recently by the Management Council. It was decided to launch a global coalition for social justice,
la cual se propone crear una movilización a nivel mundial para contribuir a la
The idea is to mobilize and this group to generate social awareness, and so that decent work can become a key objective while developing policies, cooperation for development, commercial and investment matters. So decent work and social justice cannot only remain in the hands of the ILO. There needs to be cooperation and a greater effort made by all. So we hope that this initiative will have the support moving forward of the government of Chile and all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manuela. Thank you very much for sharing with the audience a little about the Global Coalition for Social Justice. So with Manuela's conference, we're going to conclude the first session, the first part of the morning. We'll take around 15 minutes break, not much longer, so we don't run late, and we will be continuing with the symposium, 3 decades of the labor world's performance in Latin America and the Caribbean, advances and perspectives. Let's have some coffee, continue talking about these matters. Thank you.
everything will be in English, which means if you're fine with English, you can keep your earplug for the whole session. If you prefer Spanish, you will keep it in your ear during the whole session. So yeah, a pleasure for me to be moderating the session, although I think I don't do much to fix the gender balance in this panel, but we will have others where we have a better balance. A pleasure to introduce our two speakers. So also the spirit of this panel is to have like a global overview and look a little bit at different regions, different countries before then zooming in onto Latin America and the Caribbean and the following ones. So I will not present our two speakers in detail because they have like a quite impressive track record in activities and achievements. Just to try to hit a little bit their essence of what they are. So Stefan, well, I think he knew about this panel before. He has this friendly wing where he published in Korea, working time in Korea, in a paper published by German Research Institute. But beyond that, he's an economist, PhD in La Sorbonne, and had like a combination of topics and jobs which are not only research, but also is co-author of a famous textbook and also has been on the commission regarding human rights and discrimination. So he's also been into these topics, which are not only about the aggregate achievements, but also of how they are distributed. And Sang-yeon, on the other hand, it's not the same you can find when you look for him in Google as this 27-year-old Korean actor. That's not him. Sang-yeon is just a few months older and choose a different career path with a PhD in Cambridge. And he's like what is also, I think, important to know, that he's really on the top of research and also managing and also doing policy advice. So he has really all the range, course of our flagship publications, also working on working time publications some years ago. And yesterday we were with him at like a municipal employment office, and it was really fascinating to see how coming from this more general global thinking about employment policies, he could connect to these people that were doing employment policy on the ground in Renca, a poor neighborhood in Santiago, Chile. So without going into further detail, we will start. So both of them will have 12 minutes for an initial presentation with a PowerPoint. And then afterwards, I will like try to connect some of your topics and have like a small round of questions. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So what I'm going to present is a focus on more on the short term, how we came out from the COVID crisis and the cost of living crisis over the most recent years. I'll try to highlight the situation of the OECD Latin American countries. We have 4. And I'll try to open to the new challenges, because I don't think that we came out of this crisis in the same situation as we entered. So I think it will be a nice transition with the next presentation. First thing is some, well, good news is the fact that, you know, the employment, level of employment, so the number of jobs have mostly recovered in the OECD countries, with just a few exceptions. You see here the monthly levels, so an impressive recovery in terms of employment, except in just a few countries, including for the OECD countries, Japan, because of demographic transition, and also you see here Costa Rica, because of the situation in just a few sectors that is worrying. But for the other OECD Latin American countries, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, you see a clear improvement. So there is an economic slowdown, definitely this year, but so far the labor market held their ground. Also, what we see is that we're reaching historical lows in terms of unemployment rate. That's the other good news, except that, as you can see here, in the Latin American OECD countries, the unemployment rate remains relatively high compared to the OECD average. We have basically no more unemployment across the OECD. We have like about a 5% unemployment on average. A lot of countries are around 3%. In 3 of the Latin American OECD countries, it's between 8 and 10%. So structurally, the unemployment remains relatively high. That's a challenge, even though it's recovered from the COVID crisis. Also, an interesting situation now that we're living is that even though employment growth is now stalling, because economic growth is stalling under the effect of monetary policies mostly. What we see is that the labor market remains extremely tight. So we don't have the information for the Latin American countries, but for those countries where we have information on the number of vacancies posted online, we see that actually the market is even tighter than in 2019, before the COVID crisis. And that actually is a sign of a transformation of the economy, that firms, on the one hand, are across the OECD in a relatively good financial situation. They've been supported largely by governments during the COVID crisis, and they came out in a relatively good financial situation. But they're looking for new profiles because the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated digitalization and investment in new technologies. And they're also undergoing, the demographic challenge. In a number of countries, a significant share of the population is retiring, which creates needs that are relatively difficult to meet. And in the current situation where the labor market is slowing down, firms are relatively reluctant to let workers go because it was so hard to recruit them in the first place. So the labor markets remain very tight. Also, interestingly, what we see in the job offers that are posted is that employers are offering a number of new benefits. We have the information for Canada, for the UK, for the US, where we have been able to analyze the job vacancies, and we see that the number of ads that mention health benefits, education support really increased. And also what we see is a decrease in the share of temporary contracts in the OECD countries. Well, we have only the information for Costa Rica here in the very short run. But we see this is what is really striking. This is a trend that is really shared across countries. Also a higher share of permanent contracts. Maybe one thing that is relatively more negative for the Latin American countries now is that the participation rate has not fully recovered, okay? Notably among women, but I mean, even what we see is that for, I would say, 3/4 of the OECD countries, inactivity rates are back to the 2019 level, not for the Latin American countries. That's not fully recovered. I mean, employment, yes, but not everybody has come back to the labor market. Now, let's turn to wages, very important topic, especially in the current situation where all OECD countries are experiencing high inflation. What we see is that real wage are falling, and this is actually the data for second quarter of 2023, just the first quarter for a few countries. So in real terms, even though the nominal wages have increased, the real wages for a majority of countries are still in a negative territory. The situation is different. This is very interesting when you look at the minimum wages. across OECD countries, including in the Latin American countries, minimum wages have been protected. So governments really, I mean, the minimum wage governance really varies a lot across countries. But in most countries, it's governments that make the final decisions, or parliaments. They have acted to protect the living standards of the most disadvantaged workers, or the most at risk of suffering from the rising cost of food, notably, and energy. And you see that here that the Latin American countries are no exception. There's been a huge increase in Mexico of the minimum wage, but also in Chile. So I just wanted to show this to you. We have the details, so information, month by month for the various Latin American countries, and you see that the real minimum wage has been protected. What you see is that the gains are very fragile, in the sense that you see the real dark blue line, which is the real value, the purchasing power of the minimum wage. It's very easy for this purchasing power to go back down in negative territory. Okay, so this is really like something you need to monitor very, very closely. Now, what we have seen also, and we have monitoring this, is that since 2019, we have monitored the change in labor cost and the change in profits. And what we see is that the contribution to inflation that stems from increasing labor cost as being less than the contribution of profits per se. In other words, firms have been able to pass on prices the rising cost of inputs. Okay, so why do I show this pieces of evidence? It means that there is margin for negotiating wages in the coming month, or even next year, or in a couple of years, in order to catch up inflation, and so that the purchasing power of wages doesn't go down. So this is probably an element of context important for the next few months. Also, an important element of context is that, as you know, the labor market is reacting with 6 months, 8 months delay to the GDP growth. Wages are even reacting even slower because negotiated wages are negotiated maybe once a year or twice a year, and you see here the lag. This is information on the negotiated wages in selected countries, and the percentage change, and you see the significant lag wherewith it reacted to inflation. So now, just the conclusion and the outlook ahead. I think going forward, we should see and focus on wages, because this is extremely important, especially at the low end of the wage distribution. And we should see a gradual, this is what we expect, a gradual wage recovery. At least this is what we hope in this period. And actually this gradual wage recovery should be consistent with no acceleration of inflation. We don't see any spiral at the OECD level appearing. This gradual adjustment of wages should be made consistent with a declining profile of inflation over the next year. Statutory minimum wage should also be adjusted regularly, probably more regularly than negotiated wages, because these populations are very fragile. And collective bargaining plays really a crucial role right now, because in the sharing of the cost and the sharing of the burden of inflation between governments, employers and employees, really collective bargaining, social dialogue, either at the bipartite or at the tripartite level, is really essential. A good example, for instance, at the tripartite level, at the national level, is the tripartite agreement in Portugal recently that was really interesting in trying to mix national policy and with decision of social partners. But I mean, we should not forget also that the sustained real wages gains beyond next year, over the next 5 to 10 years, really depend on productivity. What is really leading the wages, the level of the standard of living is really productivity. And I think for the Latin American countries in the OECD, one of the big challenges is really education and training in this respect. When you look at the level of proficiency in mathematics, in problem solving in a technological intensive environment, there is a gap between the Latin American countries and the rest of the OECD. Definitely the level of education of the population is really one of the, with investment obviously, but also the level of human investment in education is really key for productivity and for living standards in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I think very insightful, and also you gave some clear hints regarding the policy avenues to improve this picture. Sometimes translating into more everyday language. I think it's a little bit the glass half full or half empty, no? Because I think in the middle of the pandemic, if someone had told us in 2-3 years you will be more or less the same picture, same overall rates of employment, I think we would have been very happy. But the problem is that now the labor market, they are arms crossed and flat and not so dynamic anymore. And we know, of course, that regarding all these problems of inequality, flat is not enough. No? And so I think this comes across very clearly. So I now ask Sang-Yeon for his initial 12-minute presentation, and he will also lead us to some other policy areas.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Gerard. Let me first actually congratulate on the 30 years anniversary of the Panorama Laboral. What I'm going to do is I'm basically trying to complement what actually Stefan has said. I mean, probably I'm going to beyond labor market, and also I'm going to go beyond OECD, and then bring some other more the complex factors into the picture of for our conversation. In doing so, what I'm trying to say here is that let's remind once again why the ILO launches the Panorama Laboral. That work started in the context of the very difficult time of the structural adjustment in the 1980s and 1990s. So the issue is, of course, it's issue about the labor market structural issues, but it has much to do with the overall macroeconomic environment. So this actually ties together and altogether creating very difficult situation in terms of employment, especially decent work for many countries in Latin America. At the time, let's remember, everybody's talking about transformation, transition, so it all sounds familiar. So now we are talking about the multiple transition once again. So my question is, will this time be different? I don't have an answer, but I try to give a bit of elements of the answering to this question. So let me start. I'm going to say just 3 quick messages, before getting into some of the issues. Number one, of course, when you look at the unemployment in OECD countries, for example, it's good news. But when you actually broaden the geographic coverage, global, it's a bit different story. We see very strong recovery in advanced countries. But when it comes to low-income countries, that's a different story. Unemployment, it still stays very high. They haven't really recovered back to the pre-pandemic level, especially low-income countries. That's what the chart on the left side of the screen actually shows. So there is quite of the uneven recovery. That's number one. Number two is it's very clear now. I mean, we have the director of the statistics department here. Typical focus on unemployment may not actually capture the reality very well. So once we broaden a bit of definition of unemployment to include all the workers who do not have work, jobs, but have intention or desire or want a job, then we have a new concept, the jobs gap, then we have a different story. So the typically jobs gap measured in this way is normally twice or 3 times higher than unemployment. So it's kind of labor market slack in that sense is much larger than normally understood or captured in the unemployment. That's number one. Number two, this jobs gap has much to do with the fiscal space the different countries have. We actually look at how these jobs actually varies depending on status of the fiscal space in different countries. But not surprisingly, whenever you have the severe fiscal constraint, for example, debt distress, for example, that tends to much higher the jobs gap. So the story here is that you have to move beyond the unemployment and the jobs gap, but this has much to do with your macroeconomic situation in many developing countries. That's my message number one. Number two is that of course we are all talking about transition, digital transition, green transition, and transition to care economy. We all talk about it. I mean, this is a great potential for creating jobs, but we have to remember we have said that again and again in the 1990s. Infrastructure transformation, we have lots of things about the job creation, etc. What we didn't say, once again, this time again, is that what is needed to realize that the job potential. That's the real question we have to look at it. I mean, coming up with all the numbers is important, but we have to see what are the conditions which will be needed to actually fully realize the job creation potentials. That's why I would call it multiple transition and conditional opportunities. Conditional meaning it really depends on what we do on the investment side, investing in people, like skills, for example, and investing in the supporting workers and enterprises. Basically, it's the issue of the income support and social protection. So, for example, when it comes to digital transition, a green transition, for example, we are talking about the net actually 8.4 million jobs. That's a potential. But that involved massive job destruction as well. And also huge job opportunities. So you have to remember all the time, the multiple transition, green transition, digital transition, whatever you're talking about, it's basically end up with a question about how to move people. This is about the question of people. How can you make it happen? So moving people doesn't have to in the vacuum. So you have to support them, either in terms of training and skills or in terms of income support. That's really key question we have to handle. Digital transition, the same story, and the care is the same story. Great potential, yes, but we have to lots of things to do to provide the condition to fully realize it. That's my message number 2. Message number 3 is to make it happen, we need the whole of the government approach. Of course, everybody's talking about this, but actually, in reality, we are very, very bad at implementing these approaches. I mean, it's easy to say, hard to actually do it in practice, right? Yeah, sorry to say that. I just want to mention 3 elements here. Number 1, this time, unlike what we did in the 1980s, 1990s, we really have to make sure there is a consistency and coherence between macroeconomic policies, industrial policies, and the labor market policies. Previously, there is a bit of contradiction. All the structural reform, macroeconomic reform, they say there will be created decent jobs and etc., but you are doing something the opposite when it comes to the labor market program. For example, whole deregulation approach to the labor market. We should avoid this time. But unfortunately, we always start to see a bit of the bad side. So for example, many countries are making huge investment in the green, for example, in digital, but without actually including some elements of the labor market policy, for example. So I know in the many developing countries where they're making huge infrastructure investment in the green sector, if we look at the budget and resource plan, there is no item whatsoever for providing training support and income support for those workers and business who will be affected by that investment. So I mean, the result is always the skill shortages. So this skill shortage, in my view, is by design. It's not by accident, because we haven't fully incorporated that aspect in the investment decision. So I think in Chile, for example, I mean, good news is that some governments are taking this issue very seriously. For example, I know in Chile, they created a new division on the employment policy, for example, precisely to coordinate all different aspects of the employment policies, making consistent and coherent. I mean, this is a really good way forward in my view. The second, when it comes to macroeconomic policies, especially the monetary policies, I mean, it's a big hot potato in Latin America. We're all saying dual goal of this, the price stability and full employment. But in most of the cases, it's a bit of lip service so far. So there are not, where always the employment side or the full employment goal is always easily compromised in pursuing the another goal of the price stability. And more importantly, when we actually ask our monetary authorities to take a full consideration of this issue of the employment, they only sometimes look at the only aggregate employment. But we know very well, including Latin America, in many developing countries, aggregate employment is not very sensitive to the business cycle at all. That's simply because there's massive presence of informal employment. That's always the last resort for the people to rely on. So, I mean, whatever the business the cycle situation is, the aggregate employment doesn't change much. So what our argument is that the monetary policy authorities should consider employment more seriously, but not aggregate employment. They have to look at the quality dimension of the employment. For example, wages, and for example, the formal employment. That is our argument for actually the pursuing the whole of the government approach. Third one is industrial policies. I mean, we're talking about lots of the infrastructure investment for multiple transition. And everybody in this room would agree, and Latin America certainly doing lots of things actively in that. But unfortunately, right now, this actually whole the drive on the industrial policies has been driven by advanced countries, while developed countries need these policies more than ever. So there is a bit of the unfortunate asymmetry at the moment. So what we can do, I mean, implementing this whole government approaches, I mean, we are doing lots of things. I just give the one example. We look at, for example, how much actually budget actually is allocated to the employment-related and labor market program. So let's not say, okay, we are doing all of this, but without any budgetary resources. We have to avoid that. I mean, that's not serious business. So we look at how their country is doing, actually. So for example of the Costa Rica, Guatemala, less than 1% of GDP. With that investment, we can be serious about this operation. So I think we have to look at all the budgetary the situation or financial resources mobilized to support the job creation labor market program more seriously in a more systematic way, for example. And the second thing is, whenever we make investment in those industrial policies, the macro policies, and public investment, etc., we really need to look at what will be the decent job implications of this investment. More serious, more systematic way. That's why we are advocating very strongly about the importance of the employment impact assessment as the basis for the decision on the investment and the budgetary decision. Of course, we should be accountable. So which means we are also advocating at the same time employment impact assessment of once actually investments are made to see exactly what impact this has brought. So this is a bit of the promotional work. All these elements are very much in, right now as part of the ILO, actually, the employment policy framework. We call it coherent, comprehensive, and integrated policy framework. As you can see, we have all these elements there. And in terms of specific application of this approach in the countries, especially in developed countries, some of you may have heard about this, but we are working very hard to actually introduce global accelerators on jobs and social protection for just transition. Just one final question. I don't have an answer. I said, okay, will this time be different? The one actually episode is that probably you all remember what kind of debate we had for the last 10 years in terms of digital transition. We are all panicked about all the job loss numbers. I mean, from the World Economic Forum or Davos Forum, 30% of jobs will be gone, and what can we do? And we discuss about the basic income idea, all this kind of thing. In doing so, we really missed important opportunity to discuss what are the conditions to create the job, as I mentioned. We shouldn't actually repeat that mistake again. So I mean, basically the question is, I mean, will this time be different? Very kind of fancy question, but it's essentially a very observed question. Because at the end of the day, it's up to us. Are we going to make it different this time, or we are repeating what we have done before? I mean, that's very clear. So I just want to make a bit quote from the Acemoglu and Johnson's new book, I mean, Power and Progress. He said, it's a very thick book, almost 500 pages, so I wouldn't recommend you read all of this. But the upshot is, he's basically saying, I just read it out for you. In fact, 1,000 years of history and the contemporary evidence makes one thing abundantly clear. There is nothing automatic about new technologies and bringing widespread prosperity. Whether they do or not, it's economic and social and also political choice. I mean, this is probably our guiding kind of principle when we are working on the all important issues on employment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sang-Yeon. I think these two presentations completed each other beautifully. And I would like to ask one question to two of you. Well, I think part of the complexity, as you said, it's like a little bit more complex than controlling inflation. There are so many variables. So if we convince someone, it's all yours, here's the key. Would we really know what to do or what to recommend a government to do? So this leads me to the question, are there any regions or sub-regions that have fared much better than others in like recovery and also closing the gaps? And if so, what are the reasons? This is like that we have maybe better technical tools, because what Sang-Yeon told about expenditure review, you are also working on this kind of tools all the time to see whether the actual money is really where the policy documents and intentions are, which is not taken for granted, or is this really political priorities, and those countries or regions have been like more clear to really make a difference? So first to you, Stefan, please.
It's a complicated. Maybe this one. Yeah, that's a very complicated question. I'm not sure that one region is doing better than others in closing the gaps following the COVID crisis. I think they had different approaches. In Europe, a lot of countries have protected jobs massively with the job retention schemes, the short-time work schemes, and a lot of subsidies. It was less the case in the Americas, including North America and South America, where it was more like letting people basically go to unemployment and then create maybe some exceptional benefits during the crisis, and then hoping that they would go back to the labor market. I think that in Europe, the success has been to protect the jobs and so the human capital that goes with the jobs. And so the recovery has been extremely fast as well for that reason. And the inactivity rates have not increased, that's true. And especially the situation of women, we thought would be deteriorated in the beginning of the COVID crisis. But then in the end, they didn't suffer so much as we feared. But again, I think what is really, really key now is to see how countries are preparing for the future in terms of investment for the green transition, but also in terms of human capital. I think there's huge needs in terms of training, not only in the rich countries, but even more so in the Latin American countries. And that actually requires a very, very good coordination between public policies and employers, because you need to train people, knowing about the needs of companies, and that is extremely difficult to achieve. Okay, and we know that even in countries that invest a lot, making sure that the investment is really in line with what countries need and with the priorities of the countries, that needs the whole of government approach that you mentioned, and the very good coordination, and extremely difficult to achieve. Even the Nordic European countries that spend so much are also challenged with this planification and these investments.
Thank you very much. So, same question for you, Sang-Yeon. Any complementary insights?
I think already Stefan actually answered most of the questions. It's very difficult, I know. Extremely difficult, as you said. But at the same time, I wonder, do we have any other option to do this? I mean, of course, it's extremely complex and difficult, but the way I see it is, we have no other way to go around this, so we have to do it. Otherwise, we'll get back to seeing what we have seen before. So, I mean, of course, it's going to be a real struggle, certainly, but we have to do. I mean, many countries are surprising, actually making some small step towards that direction. Although they have difficulty, they are putting more emphasis on the coordination, for example, and also they are putting more emphasis on the mobilizing of the resources for training, for example, from Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Education together, and then bring in, of course, private sectors to find what are the needs for skills. I mean, many countries are doing that. And of course, we have to see what eventually all these the efforts will lead to. Another thing I want to mention is that a bit of area for the countries a bit do more is that for example, the wage issues, as Stefan, you mentioned. Of course, we have some good reason to believe the wage will be catch up sometime soon in the many OECD countries. But as you said, I mean, when it comes to inflation, for example, of course, this has something to do with the structure of the product market, right? We are having a bit of the greater concentration in the product market. This is one of the important source of this market power the business have over the workers. So if we will want to see some changes in that direction, once again creating favorable environment for the catch-up in wages, we really need to work together with the responsible ministries on this product market. And otherwise, I mean, right now, even the workers have a bit of the limited capacity to actually negotiate over wages. So without actually any supporting measures from the other ministries, other parts, then it remains very difficult. So my point is that the first good news, countries are doing something, because we may not do very well. Chile, we have the Fidel here. He's doing something to make it happen. But at the same time, we need a bit of the global campaign or global coordination to make it happen together. And definitely we need to bring in the ministers or the players who are not normally part of the employment policies. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to change the status of course.
Okay, thank you very much.
I should just add something. I was thinking about your question again. I think one really key area where we can improve is data. And so the digitalization of a number of state processes is really, really important as well, the modernization of the state. Access to data is key to identify the gaps and the needs. For instance, think about climate change. Where are the workers at risk of climate change? How long does it take for them to find another job in another sector? What are the training areas that are the most effective? What are the training providers that are the most effective? All this is about data. So in order to improve the capacity of governments to fill the gaps, as you mentioned, and to prepare for the future, we need to access the data, to collect the data. We have the means now. We have the technology. We can improve. We can collect this data. And I think it will be a huge input into the improvement of public policies.
Okay, yeah, thank you for pointing out this important role of data. Well, we have Rafael here, and I told him when he had this metaphor that really labor statistic, which may sound like a very dry, arid topic with lots of technicalities, but it's really a language. It's a language that enables us also to understand ourselves, to communicate between the different social actors, to have meaningful negotiations, and also, of course, in order to assess the impact of policy and see how they can be improved. Also, in one of your slides, I found like a small jewel, like a surprising information about this higher share of permanent versus temporary contracts. Of course, yeah, the explanation is more like cyclical in nature, so this may go away at some time. But still, it's a little bit like against our intuition that we think, yeah, with all these changes in the labor market that have been speed up by the pandemic, you would expect like ever more precarious contracts, even more short-term contracts. And so this is not the case for now. And Sangyun also is connected to your last slide. This is our choice. I must confess that I am a little bit nervous about artificial intelligence. That how can we ensure that this time around it will not be different? Jose Manuel had this joke about the robots having the conference about controlling humans. I today heard something about a competition between human journalists and artificial intelligence in writing news. The humans still won, but it is getting a closer competition each time. So I think from the ILO we are also dealing with how to regulate new forms, how to ensure that it will go into the right direction. I don't know whether you have anything that you could tell us to complete the message of the last slide.
On the artificial intelligence, I think we have to, just for the sake of conversation, separate how to regulate artificial intelligence for the social benefit for the whole society, and what will be the impact of the artificial intelligence on employment of the labor market. Of course, they are related, but we need to be, sometimes, to actually clarify what we are talking about, it's important to distinguish. On the job impacts, our analysis so far has been the artificial intelligence is more playing a bit of the supplementary role rather than substituting role. So, this is something like the OECD, you also have found as well. So, meaning, this is what the economists call it augmentation effect rather than automation effect. That is the finding so far. Of course, that's a very important aspect. So what we need to do in that respect is that we have to find a way of supporting workers and business to further strengthen this actually augmentation function in their companies. This is a matter of the training, for example, matter of the support in various aspects, especially business SMEs and also the workers, non-standard workers or other excluded groups of the workers. When it comes to how to regulate artificial intelligence for the overall benefits of society, this is probably beyond the ILO, but I think certainly that is one important aspect of the ILO conversation, especially when it comes to how to regulate the use of the artificial intelligence at the workplaces. The ensuring workers continue to enjoy the work, the labor rights, and the no violation of privacy, for example. That is the important aspect the ILO, for example, is going to discuss. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. I think the Masters of Ceremony are already telling me that we could come to an end, and I think even though it is maybe a little bit open-ended still, it's not a problem because we will continue. Just, I think it became very clear that we have to continue working, that we have no other choice to overcome these gaps, inequalities between poor and rich, men, women, decent work, precarious employment. But also I think we can be optimistic because we have also heard about some very concrete steps to be taken, the role of collective bargaining, the role of improved information about knowing more what works and what doesn't. And also I think this is like a context we are all here discussing also about policy options. So thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much for coming here so far to the other end of the world, and looking forward to the next session. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Gerhard, por moderar el panel, y muchas gracias a Stefan y a Sanguión por sus presentaciones y reflexiones. Bueno, vamos a entrar en la última parte de la sesión de la mañana, pero antes quiero darle la bienvenida y agradecer la participación de nuestro exministro de Trabajo y Previsión Social, Nicolás Monkeberg, con quien tuvimos la posibilidad de celebrar
the 100 years of ILO together. And this morning we mentioned the plate that is at the entrance. You can find it also with a new plate celebrating the 100 years. It is an honor, Nicolas, to have you here with us today. I'd like to invite all the social actors. We have Fernando Alvear, General Manager of the CPC, the Confederation of Production and Commerce, and David Acuña, President of the CUT, the Workers' Union, Central Unitaria de Trabajadores. We're discussing this because there's workers and there's corporations, and we cannot close this discussion on the recent past without reflecting on the world of labor, and they form part of the governance of the ILO. We are lucky to have Fernando and David in representation of the regional organizations with broad experience in fora and the ILO. We would like to invite you to answer a couple of questions. Of course, your answers may be broad. You can introduce other additional topics, but we wanted to ask, what about the last 3 decades in the labor world? What are the main advances that you feel we can stress in these 3 decades? We can also discuss some other aspects. We'll begin with Fernando. Good afternoon, all. We're celebrating the 30 years with great pride and participating in an ongoing fashion in the ILO's meetings. Let's delve into it. Of course, there are good things and bad things. There is no doubt that we found ourselves in a different situation 30 years ago, and slowly we've seen a brutal change from the introduction of the internet. Everything began changing, the way we relate and the way we obtain news faster. Industrialization was another phenomenon that took several years, and of course the challenge now is a new era, a new artificial intelligence that we feel is different. Man had always created machines to move forward, the wheel, different elements, but now for the first time we have neurons being created. It's a little different and unknown. We are trying to see how this works, and we're all using it, so we don't really realize how it works, but we've been taken over. Education, there's no doubt that in more recent years, there's been a significant change in education. More people are being educated, there are more universities, there's more access to them, but having said that, I think that there are still differences, and we have very significant gaps, especially in elementary school, and that is delicate because that is where children grow and learn the most. We still have some teaching systems that are not up to date. We have a huge challenge there. I'm going to stop there for now. We'll have opportunities to continue with these rounds. David? Yes, thank you for the invitation. It's important. We've had several discussions this morning. Productivity, information, training, reconversion. There we go. It's the same that Fernando was saying. But I was asking, where does this come from? Maybe Juan Manuel. But he said that some of the initial discussions had to do with numbers. We're talking about different figures, different kinds of information, but we're looking beyond this, and sometimes we would look at the hours of work. Of course it affects it, but the benefits for workers are good. It has a negative impact, but it also has a positive impact. And when we talk about these things, we should focus on how we do this in a more consistent fashion. We have a system that accumulates data. I missed his presentation, but how do we make this more human with numbers as well? We've talked about diagnose, about years of doing this, and the question is actually, whether this will be different or not this time. We had a process called the pandemic that affected everything we did. It affected us in different ways, and some had work impacted to their work, social life, and even health. So this is where we need to look at the situation. It generates different spaces for conversation, and I would like to begin with this, but to also delve into it, something that President Lagos mentioned, productivity and decent work. And of course, systematically, we always ask ourselves, what is productivity? What are we talking about when we mention productivity? Because we have different perspectives around it. We have different look, and we draw conclusions. We want this tripartite dialogue to remain with the CPC, with the state. We wanted to help us develop other themes, other lines of work, but these change. I don't know about Chile. This is Chile. I don't know about other places, but it changes with every administration. So every time we have a new administration, we start with the policies again, we start reinventing the wheel again, and we try to see where we're going to put our attention. So I'd like to begin by the need for social dialogue, the need for lasting public policies, and we need to work in that direction. Thank you, David. So continuing with this as a form of governance, you mentioned the launch of CIMEL, which was launched for Chile on Monday, but it's also an initiative that we are launching and that is important. So our information system is a tool that is extremely important to have fruitful dialogue. So you all mentioned productivity. As José Manuel Salazar mentioned, productivity is the other side of the coin. Another would be work. But could you tell us how these organizations are working on these topics? How do we do this with different companies? I mentioned the gap in training and education. We believe it's extremely important to bring the corporate world to youth as soon as possible, so that we can have that relationship between companies and youth, and that they can work together. Someone who comes to a company already trained will find a new world, and it is a little daunting. So we need to have the ability to go beyond that. And adopting in the institutes, because we believe in vocational training, it's important to work on that so that with this education we can give an opportunity to many youth the possibility of applying their competencies at an early age, and so that the institutes can adapt the curricula to the needs and requirements of the company. And companies introduce technology, and we saw that technology advances much faster than education. And we need to take it from the same company and then install it. That is one of the challenges to work better. And we have that gap, which is quite dramatic. Thank you, Fernando. Education linked to technical or vocational training. We know that the unions, all these training sessions can maybe help enlighten us a little. Well, what Fernando mentioned is important. This has to do with the continuous training of all workers. When we talk about employment figures, and I want to begin here, we've had several diagnoses, and we're very good at that, actually, but we need to be accountable for them and to apply it to reality. So what are the factors around unemployment? What brings it about? Because I come from a world that is the world of commerce, and 24,000 cashiers were laid off last year. So in terms of employment, it's a small percentage, but in fact, did they work again? What were the possibilities for reconversion? But we're not, we're working on this, and we're working through social dialogue and with the tripartite efforts. We're looking at policies. Today we have Pedro Goit, who is helping to strengthen these policies, to train and achieve reconversion in the workplace, because we need to give workers tools so that they're not just a number, a new number, but so that we can transform their reality into actual work. And in SOFOFA, like Fernando said, and we actually we agree on different things. We have a lot of coincidences in training. And SOFOFA is experiencing something that has to do with skills. And if I use the example of the cashier that was able to work with the public, carry out sales, we need to also see how we're going to solve that, because with Jimena Rio, we've looked at that as well. How do you coordinate all the public policies and the spaces for training? In Chile, we have these state FTs. So how do we generate these better jobs, better perspectives? And I always disagree with the productivity, and I'm going to say why. Because I have a personal experience.
It is a small transnational. So Unilever changed its production model in the world. From 3,000 workers, we are 300. I'm a refurbisher of supermarkets, and I'm outsourced, but I earn 20% more. So the company subcontracts, prefers to have less productivity but less cost of labor. So that discussion that we need to give insofar as productivity, but also in a more transcendental manner. At some point, we spoke with the former president of CPC, and in the vineyard, they have semi-automatic scissors. They touch it and cut the grapes. Look at the contradictions, because in a great vineyard of this country, the workers in collective bargaining ask for scissors to be better in order to improve the working tools. When we speak of productivity, when we are told about productivity, we think they want us to work more with the same tools, or to do more things, move more boxes in less time, in my case. But if I don't have the tools to move more boxes, I cannot be more productive. So productivity needs to go hand in hand, because when we are speaking about productivity and decent work, I can be, if I have more tools with good salary, I can develop a more productive job. But if I don't have the tools, I have a lower salary, I won't be able to be more productive. So all this training, productivity, we need to have more global. What about the numbers? Why do we have those figures of unemployment? Why globalization? The impacts us in different ways. In some of the slides, it said food security. In Chile, the oil had gone from $1 to $5. So we need to know, how do we discuss this globally? Thank you, David. Several dimensions and elements to think about, and we think what has to do with productivity. And this needs to be referred to relations and look for better ways in order to have sustainable growth of productivity and see the common decisions as to investments and training. Fernando, looking on to the future, the office has the expectation of working with this labor outlook, and we have been introducing special topics in addition to the labor juncture. What are the subjects to be prioritized or the perspectives that will be part of the future, that is employers, workers, and government? First, I would like to refer to the charts of the presentation. I think Chile has a very promising future because we have the possibility of green investment. We have a tremendous opportunity, and for that we require enabling conditions. First, to see investment. The country, in order to grow, needs investment. That is key, and we have investment stalled, and we are feeling that. It's difficult for us to recover the jobs. We have improved, but we haven't reached the pre-pandemic levels. Women have been the ones most harmed. We haven't been able to solve the issue of women. We have, for example, nursery schools and daycare organizations for women. But as I said, we need enabling conditions, and that means investment. There needs to be investment so as to have new employment. This was said by the former speaker, not to forget that the most important way to have a job is to grow, and we've been 10 years without growing. And in order to grow, you need an investment, and in order to have investment, you need stability. And reaching a moment where we can all agree on doing things. We require some solutions that go beyond the labor world, that is, and refers to the political world as well. And in addition to that, we need to work in different areas. There are new areas. Here, green hydrogen has been mentioned. We need a state to coordinate all the companies we have in Punta Arenas, 10 or 15. They all require a seaport, a port. The state needs to coordinate the port to be in Punta Arenas. For example, it would be impossible for each company to build a port. So the state needs to do certain things, and companies enable that, and to delete the excessive authorizations or permits needed in order to begin investments. It's exceedingly too many formalities of two types, those for construction and for the environment. Those are the two permits or licenses. Everything we need to do in the country, of course, we need to comply the environmental standards, but we need the standards that can really be implemented. We need to have things to be done on time. We need to modernize the state, digitalize the state. It's difficult, but we need it urgently. And that is why challenges are many, areas are many. I spoke already, green copper. We have major reserves, large reserves of copper in the world. Clean energy, a fantastic desert for solar panels. And in the south, wind energy. We have all the elements to produce and export to the world very important products. Also digitalization and services. The potential is enormous, but we need to train our people, reconvert, and what's most important is to grow with investment. Thank you, Fernando. Many of the challenges of Chile are common to other countries of the region, with great opportunities for development of human resources, but as President Lagos said, also thinking about the know-how, the added value of the region. David, you've mentioned some of the challenges. We would like to invite you to other thoughts, other reflections that we can have as a priority in order to address in the next panels. It's important to collect a few things, a few topics. One of the presentations spoke about salaries. In Chile, we have a salary of close to $528. That's the dollar of today, $528. But we have the perspective of reaching $574. I think it's the third minimum salary, highest minimum salary of Latin America. But when we compare with OECD countries, in Spain, it's cheaper to buy a beer than in Chile. So, yes, we would need to contrast that with cost of living, and it is there where different subjects have been raised. We have advanced in different instances. The minister referred to certain conventions, 190 and 190, tripartism 176, which is also important. But we have also improved in a day's work. We have reached a good agreement with Fernando on that as well. So, all those things are values, yes. Those agreements or those instances of the Labor Council where you have the participation, the president of businessmen, Juan, Ricardo, presidents of the trade unions and of the minister. Yes, we have built many things in social dialogue, and so when we talk with members of other spaces, they say how nice, but in other places it doesn't occur. And here we have tried to improve and develop them. There are other types. When we speak about fair, just transition, I don't share with the minister, but socio-ecological transition, what's that? What is socio-ecological? I mean, transition is just transition. It's not socio-ecological, something. No, it's just transition. So concepts are important. If you put more concepts, then you delete the key role, which is the role of work, of workers in this involvement, because it's true, we are concerned about how we very often miss and do not leverage the potential of Chile, which is enormous, the potential of Chile, but usually it's focused in the extractivist. We have to focus on lithium. All right, let's extract lithium, but what's the added value we give to lithium? Just like green hydrogen, we give an added value or an impact in communities. In Chiloé, for example, you take off and you see, and you come out of the plane and see some spectacular wind farms, and they say, why do we have an airport? Why are they building bridges? I mean, if the development of bridges is for salmon producers, so the impacts of development need to be discussed with the communities, but we cannot have these entry barriers that are so rigid. To be concerned about the environment, it's not only to close down a foundry, a smelter like that of Ventanas, and we say we close down the foundry, and still you have intoxication of children in Ventanas. So closing down the plant wasn't the solution. So we need to discuss and talk and converse. And I was saying, it's I mean, the minister is not here, or a representative of the state. We always speak about tripartism, but we are missing another pillar, which is Parliament, because we can reach major agreements, but it is Parliament the one that truly decides to one side or the other.
When we talk about the future, it's important to look at future perspective, digitalization, new forms of work. But it's not only about legislating. It is, we have Uber, we have other applications that are not applicable. And there are laws that are not that useful, but they come hand in hand. And digitalization can generate a lot of work. These are jobs without social security. And when we talk about informality, I was in a formality forum recently, and they are very keen on the single tribute and social security. They need social security. And in Chile, we have freedom of choice, many things, but access is differentiated. During the pandemic, I had COVID, and I went to a private hospital because that's what was closest. They told me if I had gone to a hospital, maybe I wouldn't be sitting here or not. But I'm praying that I won't get the bill from the private hospital, because that has an impact as well. We need to look at this within the perspective of globalization and in a complementary way. I'm sorry, I am insisting. We really think that social dialogue, tripartism, being able to talk is important. That's why the ILO is so important to us, because these are the instances we have. The minister is not there, but I would like to greet and congratulate Chile on the right to strike in the last Management Council. I hope that you can also send this message. It is important when we talk about this approach with negotiation, collective bargaining, with all these things that workers have, but also talking directly about generating employment and working with companies to build better working relationships. That is done through collective bargaining, which is extremely important. I know Fernando doesn't like this a lot, but we're talking about collective bargaining by branches, which is extremely important to us. Thank you very much, David, as you mentioned, Fernando. I was going to close the panel, but I don't know if Fernando has anything to add. Before that, I'd like to stress what you both said. We have been building a lot around social dialogue. Perhaps I can offer Fernando the microphone to close. Well, it's always very pleasant to exchange points of view. We're not always in agreement, but I'm not going to talk about the differences. It's not the time or place. I'd like to thank you for the possibility of being able to express our perspectives. Thank you very much for hosting us. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, David. We will continue to work together, and we'd like to invite you to a brunch. And during lunch, we will have a few minutes. We're going to interrupt you with a video and a few words by Claudia to commemorate these 30 years. In the afternoon, we'll continue talking about the different topics and with our colleagues and invited guests. Thank you. Well, no one wanted to introduce me, so I get to introduce myself. My name is Marcela Cabezas. I am the special. No, so now my boss doesn't know me. I just say he didn't want to introduce me. I don't know. Let's get serious. My name is Marcela Cabezas. I am the statistics specialist for Latin America and the Caribbean, and I have the honor of introducing this panel and moderating it. I'm going to ask the panelists to step up here. Rosana Pamiso. Roxana is a professor and researcher of CONICET at the University of Buenos Aires, and she's a consultant for the ILO. She's here to make a presentation and motivation so that our panelists can react to that. I'd like to invite Mr. Manuel Toledo. He is the lead researcher at CAF. He's here from Venezuela. And then I would like to ask Raimundo Campos to step up on the podium. He's a researcher from the Center for Economic Studies in Mexico. And Juan Pablo Martinez, a coordinator of the Work Observatory of the Americas. He's based in Uruguay. As I mentioned, the idea is for Roxana to make the initial presentation or introduction. We'll have an introduction by each speaker. I'll show you a card so you don't need to control time. And then we'll have 2 rounds of questions, one of 5 minutes each. And the idea is to try to have some time. If we carry out 1 round, then we can have a dynamic where the people who are watching the streaming can also have ask questions. Roxana, you have the floor. Thank you, Marcela. Good afternoon. To all of you, it is a pleasure to be a part of this celebration of the 30 years that the ILO is celebrating, and this report that has been mentioned for the region. It mentions all the advances in this matter in the region, and as Marcela mentioned, the idea is to motivate you and to get everyone enthused and to comment on these matters. So the idea is to look at this with perspective. We would need a lot more time if we were going to delve into all the details of these trends, but at least to show a few of the main trends and to discuss where we stand, look at some of the structural characteristics and future perspectives. So I'd like to begin by mentioning what the economic cycles and the labor cycles have been the most specific ones in the region, economic cycles that have always been marked in a region. The region constantly suffers macroeconomic shocks which have significantly impacted the labor cycles throughout these 30 years, all very different. If we look at the 90s, it's 30 years back, we are standing in the middle of the 90s, at a time of strong structural reform, economic opening of different countries, very important cycles in the economic sense, and they also led to an average growth rate that is relatively low. Of course, it's higher than the last decade of the 80s, but compared to other decades, it was a relatively low rate. And this had other important consequences: structural reform and some aspects that are adaptable, some not, and it's more specifically were just not favorable. Here we show some indicators, the growth rate of the economy, and we also see the growth rate in the region accompanied by the informality increase and, of course, the salary gap, as well as a significant weakening of the labor institutions. In the midst of this crisis, we had some other institutional crises, international crises, and it finishes with the new millennium with a significant macroeconomic crisis, 2001, 2002, and then a long period began of about 10 years where there were higher growth rates with greater stability, and as Sang-Yong mentioned earlier, these growth trends are sustained in time, and among other things, they allowed, together with a set of macroeconomic policies and labor market trends, they allowed us to improve these indicators. So, hand in hand with this macroeconomic favorable situation, there was a reversal in unemployment, a more dynamic labor market that was accompanied by improvement in labor conditions. One of the indicators is the drop of the informality rate, and we observe very general processes of formalization in the workplace. And we've also seen this process of revitalization of labor institutions, minimum wage and collective bargains, as well as the inequality level. Now, this very favorable process becomes slower around 2014, 2015, and the region then moves from the pandemic for around 5 years, where the growth rate was null, and we start to see growing difficulties in the fiscal front, the external front of these countries, and of course we strongly feel it in the labor markets. So the unemployment continues to grow. It becomes slower, and we see growth or higher informality in some countries, with a growing trend towards the level of inequality. This puts us in 2019 in a very difficult and complex situation, a situation on which we see the impact of the pandemic, a pandemic where the region had one of the most significant shocks. The region was strongly affected by the pandemic. The GDP dropped the most in years, around 7% of the GDP, which was observed at the time. And a very important piece of information, and of course very negative, was that the impact in employment increased the impact on employment in economic terms. So the loss in the region was even higher than the loss of product, and this had to do with the unusual behavior of the market. Here we have a strong impact in the mid-90s and then also a reversal, but these processes were not symmetrical. If we look at what happened in the labor market, symmetry in terms of impact and duration was very evident. We had 2 quarters with a drop in the economic activity, and it took 6 quarters to recover the employment rate we had in 2019. However, despite this recovery, the recovery was basically until the 3rd quarter, 2021. And in 2022, we had a slowdown of the economy. And as mentioned earlier, this year we're still standing somewhere near the indicators we saw last year. So in the macroeconomic terms, there's a strong drop in activities. 2020, it recovers with a positive growth rate in 2021. 2022, it grows again, but at a rate that is half of 2021. 2023, we're going to grow, but the growth rate is significantly lower than the previous year, and there are countries that have projected other drops, and this in part, of course, explains the deterioration that we have observed in the last 3 quarters, or slowdown of those improvements in the midst of a significant drop in real income. So in average, the employment rate was recovered, but is not the same for all countries. Half of the countries have lower employment rates than 2019, and it is part of a context where real income has dropped more than the average salary. These are some of the trends that we've observed in different intensities, but that are similar to the economic cycle impacts and that have molded the behavior of the labor market.
A clear trend that we observe in the labor markets regionally has to do with the increase of female labor participation. Good news is that the gaps, gender gaps, have been reduced in economic participation and employment. However, there's still a long road to be treaded in this sense. Labor gaps are significant. The salary gaps, penalties linked to gender still are very significant. There is important heterogeneity as to economic participation and occupation inside the group of women. And if you see the pandemic, women recovered in average the participation and employment rate they had prior to 2019. Women of lower education levels have been strongly lagging behind in this recovery. And here we find factors of demand and supply that account for this situation. Another important element, and beyond this upswings and downswings, as compared to mid-90s, clearly a stronger role and strengthening of labor institutions. However, if we see them, there is an issue of coverage, in fact, because if you see the whole cake of the employment, we have 50% formality, 50 informality, and institutions that, for example, in the minimum salary, minimum wage, what we are observing in the recent times is a drop in real terms, with some exceptions, as probably will be discussed here. There has been an extension in terms of coverage of income, protection, social security, and the region has strongly advanced in protecting both two extremes of the age distribution. There is protection of childhood and the elderly. However, still there is room to be treaded in terms of adequacy of these coverage. And there is a deficit in insurance, unemployment insurance, and protection, because of many informal workers with low salaries. Clearly, that is an important challenge for the region. How can we protect, in terms of income and social protection, not only workers that are not in a formal job, but the greatest amount of workers that, although they are in certain institutions, they do it with low salaries and some degrees of informality. There has been an important experience as to active policies of the labor market. Countries have implemented different instruments and devices associated to active active policies of the labor market. Two roads ahead. On the one side, insufficient integration and policies that we had mentioned before. Income, how to integrate these income policies to different policies of the labor market, and the major challenge of linking these active policies with the growth of the production. This morning we discussed how labor markets change in sync with the change of productive structure, changing demands linked to social, technological change, and how policies of professional training should be adapted in order to enable workers to be part of these new tables of productive machinery. And here we need to mention the impacts discussed this morning. But to say that linked to technological change and digital transition, that it's not new, at least since the 90s, we have examined the technological impact in the region that has changed, so it shapes in a different way the impacts on the labor market in a region where still there are significant deficits as to amount and quality of human capital, and major heterogeneity in these labor markets as to access to education and quality education that make workers join the labor market on unequal conditions, and that generates a complex situation so as to solve these inequalities once they are already in the labor market. And so if in some way you see these long-term trends, plus the impacts of the cycles we had mentioned before, you can go from these films that are overlapped to some way go to a snapshot of where we are now, given that will be 4 years from the pandemic. And the outlook is somewhat what we had shown at the end of last year, in last year's report, where in average the region 1 out of 2 workers are informal. This is the average, and as an average it hides major heterogeneities in the incidence of informality, and in this group of countries you can see that some of them have lower rates than this average incidence in formal employment, but in other countries we have 70 or 80% of employment is informal. Countries of the region where half of them have informality rates that are higher than 2019 in average. What's worrisome is the rate we had in 2012, 2013. So at least for a decade, the region has been like stagnated in this high level of labor informality. And the region, after 3 years, we've gone back to the total occupation rate of 2019, but still we don't go back to the employment rate of 10 years back. Not the global, but a group of countries with higher informality rates. This is a major interrelationship. Just to mention the very strong correlation between labor informality and low productivity. Low productivity or systemic low productivity as a structural feature impacting on labor conditions and expressed in very high levels of informality. Here, causality is twofold: low productivity, lack of contributory capacity, high informality, and how the informality of corporations and of workers also conditions processes of increase of productivity and of the economy. A key element in this history has to do with the relationship between labor informality and salary penalties. if we compare two similar workers, one in the informal environment and the formal environment, the informal worker gets a salary that is 20% lower than the formal ones. And of course, this element leads to the fact that the salary average is significantly lower in the informal population as compared to the formal population. And there is a phenomenon here that's not new in the region, but ever more visible, and that is the phenomenon of labor poverty or poor worker, telling us that in the region to have a job, it's no guarantee of living out of poverty. And that has to do with conditions associated to labor informality, where 80% of poor workers are informal, and the 20% are formal, that are also poor. So the two sides of the coin is precariousness and low salaries linked to informality. And then on the other side is the role of labor institutions, minimum wage and collective bargaining to prevent labor poverty situation linked to the job or workplace. And here, just to mention a series of policies as pillars to be discussed in greater detail. One central point is that this needs to be integrated and coherent and with different types of policies before the need and requirement that it's not easy, but a key requirement for the region to continue or begin or resume roads of growth in a sustainable manner and with permanent and sustained growth of labor productivity. We need productive policies, fiscal policies, technology policies that will allow to keep the jobs and create new formal jobs. In parallel to this process, the region has made progress, still a road to be treaded in social protection with contributory, non-contributory pillars. A central role is that of labor regulations in order to reach appropriate labor condition and income within a framework of permanent social dialogue, and where the role of social inspection and monitoring is absolutely crucial. And here, finally, the important role of active policies of the labor market, among others, professional training and other trends in order to face the three former ones. A green transition, climate change, and how this creates new jobs, but destroys also some, and how to facilitate the transition of those workers from jobs that are destroyed to new created jobs. Demographic transition, population transition has several nuances. One is that workers will stay longer in the labor market. So the obsolescence is clearer, and therefore there is a need to keep on training. And just to mention, because this is a key aspect for the region, all the care services that this involves. There is an enormous potential for creation of female jobs, mainly of low and medium level skills. Every care service has levels of informality and labor precariousness that are significant. How to move ahead in this group of services, improving labor conditions and the impacts of technological and digital transition. Thank you.
Ustedes pueden ver que tenemos un panel bien variado.
You can see we have quite a variety in the panel as to representatives from the region, but with a different approach. We have Manuel with a more macro view coming from CAF, and Raimundo from academia, and Juan Pablo that although he's in CACA, he will provide us his experience in the government of Uruguay. We are in a panel that's called Economic, Productive and Social Opportunities Before a World of Labor Transformation. I would ask you that you refer to which would the strategies be in the region that you would highlight in order to face the challenges we are facing in the labor environment. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. And that's a complicated question, a too broad a question. And first, we need to understand why do we have the labor market, or the labor market has the structure it does have, presented very well by Rosana. And that first step is key, I would say. So, resuming the major features of the labor market of Latin America, very high informality rate, even if controlled by level of income of countries, we are very much above what in theory we should have. There's a lot of independent workers, own business workers, low salaries. And Rosana was saying that our enterprises tend to be small. Even those of the formal sector are relatively small. And there are major gaps between different social groups.
Specifically, gender gap in the labor world. So my reflection is about why we have this structure and why this is associated to this low productivity. That is the main issue. What do we understand by productivity? It's what we produce with the resources we have, with the working capital that we have. That depends on how we organize these workers, how we level the workers with other companies with the positions, and otherwise it would be a loss for all. It's important or better for them to be playing, say, soccer or volleyball than just be sitting here next to us. That is important. That's where we need to start. So this structure of the labor market that we've talked about extensively is simply the symptom of a very bad allocation of resources in general, but more specifically of workers. A very inefficient distribution of workers with their jobs. Workers are not employed in jobs where they could produce more. That means that there are huge losses of income and costs. That also has indirect effects, which lead to a loss of product and productivity. Specifically, if we take it to an extreme case, if my occupation is, or my job is independent of what I am studying, maybe it's not worth studying then. So this bad allocation of work reduces possibilities of human capital and the investment that companies can do on physical capital and innovation. That has to do with lower productivity and growth per capita. So the question I want to ask is what or how do we explain this bad allocation practice and to somehow explain how the labor market works. The labor market, in a few words, is a market with high search fluctuation, and one looks for another. It is a sort of marriage within the market. There's cost to this. Going out to find, well, to hire a headhunter, then interviewing the candidate for the position also has its costs, etc. So this process, the search process and matchmaking that we see in the market is regulated by institutions and market failures such as asymmetries of information. So all this results in matches that may be worse. There are some marriages that last an entire life, some just a few months. The same thing happens with job positions. So given this context, all this quality in matchmaking will result in greater or lesser productivity of the workers, of the companies, and of course of the economy as a whole. So if we wish to improve productivity, which is our objective, the strategy, to put this in terms of the initial question, is that we are going to improve the search process and matchmaking. And here, the public policies have a very important role, which is in general taxes, subsidies, regulations, which may favor or hinder the search process, search and matchmaking process. If we have formal and informal employment with different costs, as is the case in Latin America, we will be favoring the creation of informal employment because it has different associated costs. This results in very high informality and low productivity. Or if we have different labor costs for large or small companies, that can also restrict the size of the company, the creation of good employment or better employment, better jobs, and as I mentioned a moment ago, the accumulation of physical and human capital. Minimum wages can also have a role. And the thing is that beyond the fact that many of these policies, regulations, or subsidies can be justified and also have their positive side, on many occasions they have costs associated, costs that are invisible, not apparent. And I think we need to recognize this. So to conclude, I'd like to stress the role of public policies as mediators in this process, this matchmaking process between employers and workers, which could favor greater productivity or, on the contrary, as happens often, to reduce the quality of the jobs and the role of companies and the community in general. Thank you for the invitation, Fabio, Marcela. Excellent organization, a very stimulating event, and I hope that we can somehow find new alternatives. And we have the economic panel. I'm going to say something that is good, something that is not as good. For example, we have a positive minimum wage and not so positive in other countries. So, minimum wage, it has significantly increased recently. Allow me to tell you a little bit of how we got here. It may be very similar to what we've seen in other countries in the region. In the 80s and 90s, we had strong macroeconomic crises, and the policymakers mentioned or argued that you couldn't raise the minimum wage because it caused other issues such as inflation and informality and other problems. Same with Mexico. But we began to feel pressure from the academic world, from civil society, and even from the IMF. The ILO was always there. But even the IMF said, okay, well, the minimum wage is too low. So it was covering 20% of the poverty line and in Mexico. And that meant that 4 members of the household, boys and adults, if they were all working, they would not cease to be poor. So they were very, very, very low wages. So in Mexico, we had minimum wage linked to other prices. That's what we see in other countries as well, such as fines, pensions. Everything was found in terms of minimum wage. Then we started changing these to link it to the minimum wage and other prices, and this allowed the increase of minimum wage. In the previous administration, a series of increases were made by unifying residential areas, and that was eliminated, and then we just created a minimum wage that was higher. And then in 2008, minimum wage was boosted, and this caused a huge debate in Mexico, mentioning part of the reasoning that we've heard. It's going to create informality, it'll create inflation, this is very bad, let's not do this. But in Mexico, in the Mexican Constitution, it says that minimum wage must cover basic items for a head of household. And of course, they didn't really care about the Constitution for many years, but now we're trying to recover this part. The changes have been huge. I don't want to be remiss and not mention it. What the administration did is in 2019 it divided the country into 2 areas. The rest of the country and the free zone in the northern border. That is 43 municipalities that have a border with the United States. For this 43, cities doubled the salaries from December 31st to January 1st. It increased by 100%, and the VAT was reduced by half as well. And these increases are taking place every year. So now in 2023, it is 3 times higher than the minimum wage in the free zone in the north than what they had 5 years ago. This increase by 3 times has not been seen anywhere in the world. Uruguay increased it 3 times in 20 years. 20 years. Mexico in 5 years, and that northern free zone. Historically, no country has increased wages so fast in such a short period of time. In the rest of the country, it was 2 times higher, but for the free zone and the northern border, we covered the poverty, the extreme poverty line for 1 head of household. So in the rest of the country, there's room for improvement. And what this means is that I've been working on this a lot in the Mexican context. Employment has not seen negative effects in formal employment, also with the household surveys, but we do observe an increase in the wages of people who are in the lowest percentile. Why? Because they say, well, the employers were paying under the table. They don't represent anything with regards to minimum wage. But of course, this somehow improved. And when we look at the household survey and we ask people, what is your income? We see that income increases, that the wages increase.
What happened with the inflation? There is an academic debate where we found that the effect was null in inflation, and researchers of Bank of Mexico, Central Bank, they feel there is a higher inflationary effect. Continues to be quite small, in my view. In terms of poverty, it reduced poverty, yes, but poverty flows. How it changed is very interesting. It reduces poverty, but mainly for those who were vulnerable. It's not that the minimum wage is going to take households out of poverty. Extreme poverty households did not happen with the minimum wage because it's more binding in households with workers in the formal sector or informal sector. In extreme poverty, minimum wage does not help. So you need to think about something else, different public policies. So it is a great opportunity in Mexico, and if we see changes in average salaries in the region and in all of Mexico, it's something that is really outstanding in the last years. That was the positive part. The negative part is female labor participation, which is a gigantic opportunity in Mexico and other countries of the region, where in Mexico it's the lowest one of the region. It's less than 50%. So this participation has not changed very much in Mexico in the last 15 years. In the region, neither, but maybe it has grown a bit. And female labor participation is different depending the degree of schooling of women. So it would seem that to increase women's labor participation is one of the simplest policies with greater social yield. So if you increase it, you'll have greater inclusion, less inequality, higher income in the economy. But at least in Mexico, there is no public political discussion that making it a priority. No, that does not happen today. And in academia, civil society, there is a discussion on this subject, trying to, with policymakers, to see what it could be done. the opportunity of the national care system for children and elderly. I think all the region will have that discussion with the demographic change we've had. And in Mexico, there is no exception. Another aspect that has not yet been discussed in Mexico is the importance of public transportation in cities. When I go to the inner Mexico, I ask, when was the last time that public transportation changed in your city? And most of them say, I don't remember. I mean, since I was born, it's the same public transportation. And that is the case in many Mexican cities. So we haven't assigned priority to the role of public transportation so as to bring people closer to their jobs and for enterprises to have a better choice of candidates and access to the labor market. So in my next intervention, I'll speak about discrimination. But these, I think, are two opportunities that are key for labor markets of the region. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to ILO, to the regional office, and congratulations for the 30 years. It has been part of our training, this Labor Outlook report. Thank you for inviting me. I will try to contribute from the prospect of public policies taking as an input that we have observed in the last 30 years and try to raise some challenges in order to think about the strategy that Marcela proposed. In a rapid review, it's important to dwell in the good presentation of Rosana, what she called weakening of labor institutions in most of the phases she presented, except in one that referred to strengthening. Yes, the launch of this labor outlook takes us back to a time when the state, there was a problem, there were prejudices, and mainstream Washington consensus, liberalization, privatization of public services, and deregulation of labor market and relations. So the starting point in these 30 years is in a very liberal approach. And on the other hand, you have a subsequent phase with the crisis, middle of this century, where we observe a state that is present, much more active public policy in different areas, macroeconomic stability, promotion of investments, development or productive development, industry policies, and social policies, growth of social protection systems that Rosana mentioned. And in the world of labor, some that are very key: protection and promotion of wages, a minimum wage in all of the region. Edmundo was telling us about the case of Mexico, but in many countries, the minimum salary ceased to be or became an instrument for the formal sector and as a beacon for certain informal sectors, although somewhat weak, but it's there. Salary policies, employment policies, labor intermediation, development of working controls or monitoring that used to be non-existent, but we have observed other instruments now. We can mention what happened in the region with domestic work convention 189, that is a sector that could be controlled and promoted, and collective bargaining, that even with the deficits in our region, strengths in some countries, yes, especially in the Southern Cone, but it's a key instrument, as mentioned by ILO, because of being a fundamental right and being an instrument or a road for workers to access rights through union representatives. Anyhow, it was a corporate state from the political science standpoint. The benefits of broad sectors that could benefit were linked to belonging to the formal labor market. So, an important decade, much to be learned from it, and still, there are some challenges, I believe. And for what I've heard, we all believe that are present and require us to be thinking of a new stage, the configuration of a state market society. After that positive decade, stagnation, Roxana was telling us about, and then pandemic, that mainly what it did, in addition to its terrible consequences, is unveil the weaknesses of our social protection systems, of labor protection, mainly for the informal sector, but not only for it. Other vulnerable sectors were unveiled, poor and non-poor, with very harsh consequences, and sectors of the population, especially women workers, suffered greater effects and increased, and the gaps increased. So with this overview, I would like to mention 10 challenges that we can have insofar as strategies to address transformations of the labor world. Prior to these 10 challenges, two main principles or general principles. First is protection of jobs, and mention this here. With this, I'm referring to a broad view of labor, contemplating the non-traditional, non-dependent worker, but all kinds of work, the situation of autonomous or independent workers, SMEs, informal economic units, work at home, within the household, unremunerated work, and the principle of non-discrimination. In this strategy, we need to advance in a protection of labor with special attention to most vulnerable groups. We have them identified, and fortunately research and academia has allowed us to identify them, and that even in improvement processes, women with less skills, Afro-descending populations, indigenous peoples, migrant populations, still show great vulnerability. And 10 challenges. The first one was mentioned already. It is a strategy for formalization, seeing to the non-dependent and autonomous work. But informality in the wage earners is less, yes. But we have more tools to address it, in spite of many pending issues. And we have the 204, a recommendation that's worth a while to revisit and place it as a public policy in our countries. Second has to do with the job protection principle. The recognition of the working relationships in the context of platform, internet, work, and other initiatives that have deconfigured work in other sectors. I remember the article of Gerhard comparing the digital and domicile works. Without being something new, it is a new form with technological innovation where the labor relationship is disregarded, and therefore the starting point is very complex. So it is a challenge. The third one, Raimundo, protection of the minimum wage and of salaries in general, and therefore of collective bargaining as an instrument for improving salaries. And the fourth is the reduction of the labor day or the working day. And I think it is a time where you have to face the challenges and by ongoing, I mean, challenges for continuous improvement, continuous training, ongoing training. Health and security at the work site. After the pandemic, a fundamental right inevitably needs to be addressed with greater depth. Professional diseases, mental health as one of the key dimensions, prevention of violence, of harassment, 190 convention, 190, only 2 ratifications in the region. The monitoring or control or supervision of labor, there is a tremendous opportunity given the management of information and data. Collective bargaining, you need to bear in mind in the region, even in the best times, that collective bargaining still has many legal or disincentives or limitations to exercise the right to collective bargaining. In this week, the importance of trade union freedom and the right to strike as something important in moving ahead in collective bargaining, and and this bargaining by sector, activity, centralized, coordinated, with a much greater coverage than the one existing in most of our countries, with some exceptions that are basically in Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay.
And training, employment policies, the care system, generation of employment allow enabling their inclusion in the formal sector, and of course the fair transition. There's a challenge here in environmental terms. To conclude, I'd say that it is so huge that we need to think about the configuration of relationships between the state, the market, society, the environment, if we want to have this as a factor. Was it that bad? I think everything was covered. So just to be a little more dynamic, I'm going to give each one 5 minutes in order to answer some questions. We will then open the floor for you to interact with the public. Manuel, just to supplement your initial interaction, could you talk about Latin America, and could you delve into how the labor conditions in companies can affect the performance of workers and their productivity? And I will let you know about the time. You reduced my time by half. 5 and 5, now just 5. Well, first of all, referring to those huge challenges that Juan Pablo mentioned, there's one that's larger, which is bringing together these challenges with the increase of productivity, and it doesn't necessarily favor the allocation of work in our economies. And going to your question, basically, the allocation of work in the region has several dimensions. First, one is the dimension of whether workers are active or not active, employed, unemployed. And in this first dimension, which is perhaps broader, it may be worthwhile stressing a couple of things. One, gender. the gender gap because it can be up to 30% difference in the participation rate between men and women in some countries of the region. And with the salary gap as well. But it doesn't really tell us whether this is due to the fact that women undertake the family responsibility or care responsibility. In an interview that we held in CAFA a couple of years ago, 58% of the women said that it was a problem in terms of finding work, while for men it was only 7%. So it is important to implement public policies, subsidies that are dedicated to other systems that may allow women to join the labor market. The other point is that unemployment in Latin America is relatively high. You don't see heterogeneity in all countries. There's some with low unemployment like Mexico, but others have higher unemployment such as Argentina or even Chile. So it's quite obvious that if a person is not employed, does not produce, then they don't have income, but they don't contribute to the economy's GDP. Unemployment deteriorates the capacity of workers, and this also negatively affects productivity, mobility, or career advancement between positions. Well, a healthy labor market must favor rotation or turnaround, but not too much, because permanence and experience has its positive side. So there needs to be balance. In Latin America, if we compare with the more advanced countries, the average is lower. And this is what we see in formal employment. The difference can be 2 to 3 years. And of course, if we only observe informal employment, we see that it is much worse. There is evidence, however, that this mobility improves matchmaking, and some people have more adequate training or skills for a given job. And you can do this in different areas. For example, if you have matchmaking that is very far from any of your abilities, you will seek to change quickly. So we need to try to favor these matchmakings or matches, initial matches, because it may be the case, given that the intermediation services are not used as frequently in Latin America as compared to other countries. I have half a minute. And the other thing is the big difference between formality and this dimension of formality versus informality. There's evidence that informal workers are less productive, even when we control with the individual characteristics. But the question is why? In part, it's because of differentiated costs, labor costs, which allow a person that takes an informal work job is not necessarily less productive because they have less costs. This informality offers less access to financing, public services, and it restricts growth, the growth of the company to avoid oversight. So there's evidence that supports what I was saying in the beginning, which is this bad resource allocation or work allocation, which affects productivity. And to talk about the working conditions within a company, we'll have another opportunity. Raimundo, before you had little time, so maybe you can supplement the policies, the labor world, and what are the effects that everyone believes are going to take place? And also in terms of women in the workplace, you had started to describe this. Finally, can you also touch upon the challenges you see for the region? What additional challenges do you see for the labor market? Excellent, thank you. Well, this morning I mentioned that if you were pessimist or whether you were pessimist or optimistic about the future. Many have recommended their books, so I'll recommend one more book. So right before you go to sleep, it's called Historic Fiction. It's Ken Follett is the author. It's the Industrial Revolution, Napoleonic Wars, and I'm glad I was able to finish it from Mexico City to here. And it's fantastic because it talks about everything we mentioned today. It is something that is being discussed in the Industrial Revolution with these technological changes. And on one hand, I'm optimistic because the government has more information. So it's positive to collaborate. For example, there's this one city with Mexico City. We had vacancies, job vacancies. And why did Mexico City want this information? Because they wanted to analyze their text and to adapt their training programs. So there was a trend. It was making sense to have this trend for a certain software and certain social skills. They began changing their training very quickly. So I think that, well, this generates challenges, but it can also generate opportunities for the government to do things better. That's one thing. Another is that there is a passage in the book that says if we automate everything and we put machines to everything, the employees are going to say, we don't want to do this because then who will buy everything? Robots won't buy what we're producing. And there's a little bit of truth in that today. There's been, and this is a reflection of a policy I want to stress. The world, even though we have automation, the idea is not necessarily to follow this automation process, because some of you may have what happened with the slow cashiers in the supermarket, where you either had the automated system or the slow cashier system to talk to the cashier. And in Mexico, we usually talk to the bank and we get robots, and sometimes you're sick of robots and you want a person, but you pay more. And this led me to the reflection on why we pay more to talk to humans and robots. And sometimes the robot answers, but the robot is not paying taxes. So there's a very important discussion here in the regions. How do we do this, working with capital and robots and people? It is a discussion we need to have, but for example, in Mexico, we have tax, payroll tax, and this is basically tax on the workers' income, their paychecks, and that is either by province, by city. So it's one of the few taxes they can collect or they're willing to collect, and it's the only one that is increasing. So at the same time, they're affecting this process, possibly accelerating this technological change in favor of robots and machines. So I believe there's some sort of political and social agreement that we need to work on. In the book, there is this law of association. It's there in the Industrial Revolution. And it was created so that workers wouldn't be able to discuss any kind of association. So the law was created so that no one could associate and, God forbid, discuss that association. So the mayors were, of course, the owners of all these companies. So there was no dialogue. And what was being requested was dialogue, the importance of that dialogue. It's what we're discussing today. And how do we reach this dialogue? How do we attain this and give the workers more power? How can we get workers to have more power in this world of data, of information, where the information and data are more in favor of workers? Well, there's a series of things that we can discuss, and I believe that one of these is the aspect of salary transparency. In the UK, it's being installed, other countries as well, in the sense that, okay, so if I wish to go job searching, the company should have public disclosure of their average wages for men, for women, how many women have high salaries, how many males have high or low salaries. So that is what this law of wage or salary transparency is about. Another thing is the representation of workers in management councils. In Germany, they have it, and we need to discuss this. How will this dialogue take place? How are we going to make sure it happens? And, well, it may be a good idea to have at least one worker in these management councils for large corporations in order to facilitate the dialogue. I talked about minimum wage. I just need to talk about discrimination. We still see discrimination in the labor market, and with the history of blended races in our continent, it's very clear. We still see discrimination due to the way we look, the color of our skin, weight, etc. And there needs to be a more frontal debate in terms of discrimination in order to level, in different ways, to level the negotiations and to take them to a more non-biased solution in order to hold this dialogue with the workers.
Juan Pablo, I'm sorry, I took some of your time, but otherwise we won't have enough time for everything. Focused on your experience with the government of Uruguay, could you please tell us what challenges you see? Raimundo talked about technology changes. What do you see in terms of decent labor? And we would also like to know your point of view of CSA with the social stakeholders. Which are the specific challenges that you think these stakeholders have considering technology changes in labor conditions? With the first part of the question, technology changes that have been more present in the labor market that we had to address or face in the Ministry of Labor of Uruguay had to do mostly with working with platforms and disruption of large transnational companies, especially Google in the region and here in the Southern Cone. What we identified as the main flaws that we had, this means that we weren't able to solve, is the lack of knowledge on the labor relationship. Beyond any kind of technology innovation with the algorithm management of labor, which is a determinant component, there's no doubt about that. From the point of view of labor institutionality and labor regulation, the challenge is still there in terms of moving towards the recognition of labor relationship and including the workers in labor rights and in labor institutions. Although Uruguay had some kind of approach to formalization and the registration of the economic entity, we didn't make progress in terms of recognizing the person that conducts the task or the activity as a dependent worker, which is most of the cases, if not all. With a consequence that I wouldn't like to call negative, but it is concerning to a certain extent, which is the utilization of many processes for labor relations that are addressed individually, that do not have the ability of being extended or becoming more universal, and that lead to a complex and atypical situation in Uruguay for formal labor, where there is a certain duality of processes, other judicial processes that have other results, that I wouldn't want to say why right now, but they're based on individual circumstances and the individual relationship of workers, and another broader set of processes where the judiciary has the action of the company and the action of the worker. This is one of the main flaws, is the lack of trade union organizations in these processes, and therefore the support to process some disputes and obtain certain results. And the other component that we're trying to address at the Ministry of Labor regarding technology change has to do mostly with training, professional training and preparation of workers for labor reconversion, to strengthen their labor incorporation for career or work development. And what we did basically was adopt a methodology from the Department of Labor of the United States with the network that they have, and I suppose that we have the same situation in Uruguay. We tried to analyze tasks from the outdoor focus that was mentioned by Balazar. Focus on tasks to identify which were the tasks that are conducted in the occupations of Uruguay and how, to some extent, they can be automated with the curve that we have in our region, where manual tasks are not necessarily those that lose more employment, those more intellectual, and the care sector and personal services of what is being strengthened. Those were the two great challenges that we faced at that moment, with very small results, with considerable novelties. And these were associated also to the electoral cycles that weaken some of these initiatives and policies in the region. And in terms of a regional point of view and a current point of view, Stefan mentioned this earlier. I believe that the main change has to do with building data and information that has never been seen, and the ability to use that data. This also involves many personal data that was obtained in an unconsented manner that are associated with consumption through digital platforms. And we're being imposed with what we can do to face that digitization in the labor world, and with a role also of social stakeholders. I believe that in the first place, what we need regarding these labor transformations are the presence of social stakeholders, social dialogue. And social dialogue must incorporate algorithm management, not because we will all understand how the algorithm works, but we need to have some level of explanations. Transnational corporations and their incorporation into the different stages of labor, but we need to also consider organization, assessment, tasks adjustments. All of those algorithms need to be explainable in a collective action context and social dialogue. We need to have a correlation. Workers need to understand how their work is organized, where indications start, and we need to remove that veil of apparent neutrality that technology brings in here with objectiveness that is not there, and it requires its approach from a political point of view in the institutions. There are other challenges that have to do with training, which have to do with specific sectors, and that have to do with opportunity. I'm saying this because, as Raimundo was saying, Sofia Caserra, an Argentinian researcher, said, it's not technophobia or technophilia. And it's not a denial to technology. We need to embrace it clearly to increase productivity, employment, to reduce working hours, to reduce gaps, and increase labor health. But to do this, we need to train ourselves, and we need to address it in a collective bargaining context. We have 20 minutes left in the panel, so we will open up for discussion for some Q&A. I would like to request you to ask briefly so that we can give the rest of the participants the opportunity to ask their questions. We will take your questions and then we can have 3 minutes for the closing remarks. Let's see how we do. I will be moderating. Thank you. It's been a very interesting panel. I have several questions, but I will ask 2 brief questions. The first one is, it's very interesting to see how Roxana saw what happened decades ago, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, pro-market and pro-state, with democracy, as Juan Pablo was saying. Then the left wing comes in. We have the right wing as well. We've experienced changes in Latin America, but there is a flat line. And it was shown by the General Secretary of ECLAC here. And it is a line of productivity, a straight line of productivity. So I'm wondering how much we should move in terms of focusing on labor, training with a turnover that is becoming higher over time. So it's very difficult for a company to invest in learning and training if the worker can then leave to the competition. This is without leaving aside the rights and recognizing labor relations. But in Latin America, we need actual investment in labor training. I know that productivity is one of the factors. It is not the only one, but Raimundo, could you please let me know about some literature that I could refer to? And the progress with the minimum wage. Let me explain myself. Colombia has the minimum wage that is above the mean minimum wage compared to other members. And it has inflationary effects, even if we remove the index from the minimum wage here. But the difference between protecting the worker and protecting work Manuel was talking about the costs on hiring and dismissal. We also have employment services. How close should we move towards that direction? We will give 3 minutes in the end for each one. Thank you very much. This has been an excellent panel and very interesting. I have a question, 2 questions actually. One, what calls my attention is the complete absence of occupational health and safety. I believe that you were the only one that mentioned this. When we talk about work quality, when we talk about how we can contribute and make sure that there is a greater level of protection, this topic is not brought up. It has individual and social costs for companies as well. The other topic has to do with the type of regulation to ensure a better protection for workers in platforms. Over the break for lunch, I talked to the representative of CUT, and this morning they said that the law that introduced them in Chile is unrealistic and has had a limited impact. And I asked, why? And their question was that it is related to the fact that there is a presumption of an existence of an employment relationship. Given the fact that there are a series of social benefits that are guaranteed to people that do not have a certain level of income that come from a dependent worker relation, there are lack of incentives for these people to become part of the digital platform. And they declare themselves as independent workers. Therefore, we see the importance of ensuring a better coherence and coordination between the different policies related to social benefits and labor policies that have to do with the dependent labor relation. So each of you can have 30 minutes for the answer. And Rosana, you have 3 more minutes.
Well, we've covered varied points, but in terms of workplace training, I believe that here public policies can have a significant role in promoting some sort of contract that can restrict the incentives to provide training to the workers. We know that workers have a lack of incentives in terms of who is going to pay for the training. If the work relationship ends and the company paid for it, they lose it. And what kind of training? Is it general, more specific, etc.? So you also have lack of incentives for effort. It's impossible to draft a working contract that specifies everything. There's other mechanisms that help solve, or at least partly solve, some issues in terms of training. And any public policy that encourages or extends labor relations that are worth extending, well, that will also be in favor of promoting training. I believe that governments have the possibility to set the rules of the game for these contracts, and so that they have these mechanisms. It's not the only one, but it's just an example. On the other hand, you have public education, which not only improves the capacity of workers, it also reduces some of these stresses that we saw in the beginning of their work life. The idea is to make it better, and that will result in greater productivity, in matching with the worker with the company, and have a longer relationship, a working relationship. So I do believe that's important. The minimum wage in Mexico was pretty low, around 20% of an average salary. Today, we are not at the desired level. This doesn't mean that we can't continue to increase wages. Of course, it's not unlimited. We will continue to work on this carefully to see at what point it's too high. But the way I see it in Mexico, there is greater consensus in terms of fulfilling the mandates of the Constitution, trying to elaborate and have a plan to fulfill this mandate. And in terms of productivity, something that we haven't talked about, I think that is also extremely relevant regarding productivity and the regional aspects of the countries, is that in Mexico, the part that is in the northern free zone, as I mentioned, it has very high productivity. In average, we have 0 or less, because in the south of the country, productivity is null. Growth has been null in this area of the country. So it's pretty bad for Mexico, because in the south of the country is where you have the greatest poverty. So there is a significant divergence where some societies are growing faster and some with lower income are stagnating. So it generates social instability, political instability, because our countries are quite unequal. And these regional inequalities are also increasing. This generates greater conflicts. What investments should we make? Where do we put our taxes? And how do we distribute this between the different states? So in Mexico, we do see a very unequal distribution. And how do we guarantee that these gains, that this productivity will be inclusive for all? We've discussed this in terms of the improvements of the educational system, in health, social infrastructure, and of course, without these, it will be difficult to continue carrying out public investment. And that's the end of my time. We don't have any more, but we could eventually continue. Well, in terms of protecting the worker, I believe it all has to go in the same direction. Basically, protecting work as the core aspect of our societies, and protecting workers, because protecting workers is an acknowledgement of an unequal relationship. So, differently from the proposal of work, which, of course, with technology, we are going to need to protect it. We need to protect the person. The person has employment, the economy generates employment. It's not necessarily the specific position. So we're talking about work. In terms of health, we haven't really addressed this. We haven't given enough attention to this matter in public policies, priorities of the social actors, and we are seeing difficulties, some more dramatic in sectors where fatal accidents are private. And we still haven't been able to put the agenda at the core of the issue. I understand that it is a tripartite agreement to change the situation. And the first thing that we need to find is a political prioritization, consensus, societies as a priority, health in other areas. We need to work on this. Social actors can actually do a very important part of this. Claims of better working conditions, safer working conditions, companies actually investing in these can contribute to a substantial change, and which may not require much of an initiative on the side of the state. And regarding the platforms, we have placed our bets on the next international ILO conference. I believe it's the next one or the subsequent one. And for now, I would say that we need to hold this discussion, a debate, to try to figure out what the solution is. So far, from what I've seen, analyzed, I think that we need to hold on to what we have, the labor rights that we have reached, international labor rules and procedures. And what we need on the normative side, on the political side, is no doubt, from a global perspective with the multilateral organizations, is about how we adapt this labor reality to consolidated rights. We don't need to jump into another discussion on rights or extending rights, but more so the mechanisms that will allow us to implement these, to guarantee and safeguard these rights. The tools that are more relevant are some initiatives around controlling, regulating, and sanctioning companies. The experience in the international framework of human rights of the UN, I believe, is a necessary framework. I feel that it's a difficult process, and it's not necessarily improving the reality of people. At least that's a perception. But there is a framework, and it's under discussion in terms of the way in which corporations, international companies, are sanctioned. Also, I feel that methodology has gone to the Conference of the Parties, and this has to do with global taxation, taxing global products or services. This is more along the lines of what we should do with the platforms, going beyond the actual technological component. It's how you manage the relationship, and that is global, because there is no national figure that will make a decision. It's a very abrupt arrival of these companies. There are few, but very large, very few in the world that have arrived at the point where they are hiring locals without any set rules. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to close. Roxana. Thank you. Thank you to our colleagues. I feel this was a very rich debate. I will quickly try to make a few final reflections here. And I think that quickly addressing productivity is not possible. I do believe that your mention of productivity is important because, of course, we have this structural stagnation of productivity in Latin America. And just saying that it is not addressable as a whole is not everything. So basically, what was discussed and what was shown earlier, if we're going to talk about productivity, we need to talk about competitiveness, access to markets, innovation policies, which is all part of the sustained processes that increase physical capital, which will also increase human capital. Why do I say this? Because we're talking about technological change, but the region is showing overqualified people. They overqualify themselves, and then they can't find, it's a market that can't find use for this human capital. It's not that they don't have a value, but it's not possible to place them in a productive manner in these economies. So it's difficult. If you request or ask that the policies solve productivity, is asking too much. We need to move forward in combining policies so in order to turn this into an instrument that will help us change this outlook systemically. And in terms of Manuela's point, that takes me to a more general reflection, especially what Manuela mentioned on that you mentioned, you talked about during the break. Perhaps we are still lacking in the region. We need to evaluate all the permanent policies. And if we need to change because evidence shows that we need to make adjustments, we will. The first assessment, especially if we're talking about market public policies, then we need to delve into the conceptual framework that all other forecasts are being based on. Perhaps we realize that we're not very competent markets. Maybe we're monopsonic, so they will be different, and that is excellent and applicable to what we're seeing in Mexico, but also valid to what was long discussed on the negative impacts for transfers, political transfers, transfers to childhood, in order to encourage feminine participation in the workplace or to promote an increase in informality. Empirical evidence did not show us in that direction, so we need to think about how we're going to carry out these political forecasts. If empirical evidence shows something different, we may need to go back to the basics and start to rethink it. And I'd like to conclude by saying that I firmly believe, and we heard that in the presentation, on the link between these policies. If we're talking about entry policies, that we have policies that wish to foster incentives, then it's important to see the global effect. In some, we may have an undesired effect, but, well, then we try to reduce the undesired effect in order to increase the positive global effect and to increase and improve these policies. And I believe that that will help us to further improve. Thank you very much to the panel. And we would like to offer you a gift. A gift to our speakers. And we will have a pause for coffee. We'll resume at 4:15 on the dot because we've been very timely. And we will try to do the same and come back 2 minutes early.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Bienvenidos al último panel del día. Estamos terminando este panel que se llama La protección laboral en el contexto de los cambios tecnológicos y las transformaciones en el mundo del trabajo en América Latina y el Caribe. En primer lugar, bueno, quisiera agradecer a todos los que están presentes aquí en sala, que se quedaron aquí hasta el final, a todas las personas que tenemos conectadas en línea también. A nuestros panelistas, un especial agradecimiento por venir hasta aquí a compartir sus ideas y su trabajo con nosotros. Un especial agradecimiento también
Special thanks to all of the team that has been organizing the event. It's many people. I hope you have all felt well here in this home. I would also like to thank the people that have helped us with the simultaneous interpretation service. I hope that you have had a good experience and it has helped you. For the participants that came from far away, as the title of this panel says, we will go in depth in a topic that was addressed by almost all panelists during the day and that have forced me to change my notes several times, which shows that there is an interest on the topic. And it is the topic of the accelerated technological changes that we have experienced over the last years. As Roxana said, this is not something new. It has been discussed before, but it is something that accelerated its pace based on the strong progress in terms of our computers' capacities, the massive access to connectivity, and the use of smartphones. All of this, as it was said by Juan Pablo before, all of this allowed us to create more data. It increased our data storage capability and how to address that information with all the possibilities that it has provided. As the Minister of Labor said in the opening remarks, information is power. This has been a radical change that we all had to experience, that changed the way in which we relate to each other, the way in which we learn, and of course the way in which we work. Economic, social, and cultural impacts have been quite strong, and that's why we are discussing them, and we continue discussing them due to the need to adapt so quickly. And changes do not stop there. We still have more changes, and we see them mostly in terms of how that data is being used to conduct activities that we thought only humans did, and now to predict things in the future. So we have an area of using all the data that we generated in real time. Everything that we saw in science fiction movies, and we thought it was in the far future, is happening right now. And it has forced us to adapt and continue adapting ourselves. And with this, we have several questions that we all ask ourselves. I collected some questions that are related to this panel and the previous panel. For instance, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar, was asking, how can we ensure to keep the classic rights of the labor world given this paradigm? As Singyu Lee was saying, we know that this is not the first time that we are facing such enormous transformations. And the question is, will we respond as we did before? Or do we need to look for different answers? Without further ado, I would like to show you a video so you can all wake up if coffee wasn't enough. We will now see a video that was prepared by the communications team of the ILO, and I would also like to thank them for their great job. In many countries of Latin America, we need to teach and train in technology to a large group of workers. The positive aspects of working in platforms is that it opens a field worldwide. But in parallel, there is a negative aspect that has to do with the responsibility of employers with their workers. Regulation then becomes important. We are experiencing a transformation that is being painful, that may have been painful in the industrial era, but it presents challenges that are completely different. There isn't a contract relationship, there isn't a work relationship that we knew until now. It is lonely work, and it's quite difficult. Today, I would like to congratulate any worker, whatever they do, in platforms that decide to organize. If we have 10 people working together, it's a huge challenge. It's a great accomplishment. Thank you very much. This video was regarding platform work that has been broadly mentioned during the day. What this video left me with is the word painful. So we're here to discuss on how to avoid this. Without further ado, we will continue with the presentation of Manuela Tove, who will shed some light on how the ILO has faced these challenges and which are the principles that lead the work of this institution. Manuela is the General Vice Director of Governance, Rights and Dialogue at the ILO. She has a long career within ILO, where she became part of it in 1988. She has been in several positions. She has been the head of the subdivision of employment and work conditions in 2017. In 2011, she was the director of the Work Protection Office, and in 2013, she was appointed director of the Department of Equality and Work Conditions. And her work has centered mostly in labor protection and work conditions in the new work modalities, including platform work and gender equality and non-discrimination in employment. We are lucky that she speaks several languages, within them Spanish, so she will present in Spanish. Thank you very much, Manuela. Thank you. I hope you had a good dose of caffeine. I wish I had another cup of coffee, but I'll have to do that later. We have more questions than answers. We have more questions than answers, but I think that questions, and good questions, in fact, allow us to make progress. What I will share with you today are a series of reflections that took place recently in the last International Labor Conference, where one of the topics that we discussed was work protection in a world in transformation, what it means, how to do it, in a context where informality is not only high in many places of the world, as we have seen this morning. Informality in Latin America has increased after the pandemic. 50% of workers in the region have informal jobs. That is impressive. And at the same time, we are seeing an increase of atypical work that is characterized also by many things that lead to poverty. Therefore, before, formal jobs used to be a synonym of protected work, but it is not the case anymore. Before I tell you about the elements that we addressed, first of all, I would like to clarify what labor protection is. Every time we talk about this topic in the headquarters and with countries of different regions, they believe that labor protection is social protection. Therefore, the topic of labor protection is not well understood. And due to this, it is very important to define and describe what we're talking about. And labor protection has several dimensions. In the sense that it covers issues regarding work income, salaries. We have heard about the minimum wage as well. Salary transparency is one of the measures to ensure a better equality, gender equality, and salary policies. We have the times and also the work days and the predictability of how much time will be devoted to this. The organization of work. Remote work is another way that has repercussions on how workers organize their time, labor and non-labor time, occupational health and safety, including violence and harassment in the workplace as well. It is a hazard in certain occupations and sectors. Employment protection and workers' data protection.
For some time, we've had legislation, laws, and tools within the ILO to apply, but with the use of the penetration of artificial intelligence, this topic of privacy and protection of personal data of the workers has acquired an importance, unprecedented importance, and presents new challenges in this regard. The interesting thing is that all these elements are interrelated, and we can't really say, okay, well, we need to cut the workday if we have very low wages. People need to continue working in order to gather the income, the money they need to cover their necessities and those of their families. And on the other hand, if the working hours are long, that will systematically translate into a greater risk and vulnerability, accidents in the workplace, and related ailments. So all this has to do with the politics. We continue to operate in very compartmentalized fashion. We've talked a lot about social dialogue and work freedom, and all this has to do with labor protection. We've talked about the unions and collective bargaining, as well as enabling rights. Therefore, when we talk about labor protection, we can't forget about the link to those other rights. Now, labor protection is not only meant to be effective. We need to look at the key determinants of labor protection. There has been a discussion for decades on the level of protection. So minimum wage is one case. The discussion there has always been around the level that you set it at, If you set it too high, it's going to translate into no one complying, and the productive units are going to lose their business, and they need to maintain the minimum wage stagnated. I believe that our friend from Mexico mentioned this, how for 2 decades minimum wage was stagnated, and this was because they believed that an increase in the minimum wage was going to bring about greater informality, unemployment, etc. So there's been an obsession on the level, and the minimum wage is sometimes set at an adequate level, but it's not paid because there's issues with compliance. When we talk about labor protection, we need to talk about the level, the type of benefits, and the degree of compliance and coverage. If labor protection is relevant for a limited number of the population that is working, then it is not an inclusive labor protection. It's also not effective, and it's not adequate. So we aspire to have a more adequate, inclusive, and effective labor protection. And that's not easy. Here are some data. I can't see it up on the screen, so I'll look right here. So paid work, well, this is part of the discussion. The first one was in 2015 in the International Labor Conference 8 years ago. And paid work has increased in all our regions, with 53% of global employment, and the highest growth has occurred in temporary work and in work carried out on platforms or teleworking. And this is biased. It was very biased information. At an international level, there has been a higher increase of temporary work, and of course the data that we heard this morning, in the case of Spain, we've seen a reduction of 90 to 100%. And temporary work, for example, there's been a drop of 30 percentage points of temporary employment due to the introduction of an evolution that has prohibited precarious work. So it's one of those things that go along the lines of policy matters. There has been a political decision that was made to address the issue of precarity and precarious work. 90% of the member states of the ILO have minimum wage, and although there are cases that are successful, like Mexico, for example, in many other cases, other countries, there are still serious issues, like Bangladesh, for example, where it was increased by 500%. Even so, after 15 years of stagnation, there are still protests on the streets. So what I'm getting at is that we have minimum wage systems in all countries, but there are problems with the execution and application thereof. We find ourselves in a very polarized situation. 35% of the population, of the working population, works over 48 hours a week systematically, and there's a 34% that works very brief hours, basically because of unemployment. And here we have issues with almost 3 million workers that died for work-related reasons. They're very high figures. There's been some advances in terms of labor protection. We've increased the protection and participation of women in the work market, the labor market, and that is extremely important in terms of the advances. around the world, and in practical terms and effective terms, we still continue to have 648 million women in 82 countries that do not have adequate legal coverage. Over 80% are self-employed or work in an informal fashion. That is very specific in terms of the occupations and sectors. Only 35% of the paid jobs are, and this is information from 98 countries, are covered by collective bargaining. But there are significant differences between the countries in terms of coverage. Latin America has very low rates, especially the Andean countries. In terms of digitalization, artificial intelligence, I'm not going to delve into this because everyone has made reference to this earlier. And in terms of the impact of artificial intelligence in the labor market, we're not trying necessarily to massively destroy the existing jobs, but to transform them with specific automation for determined or specific jobs to increase productivity. But the digitalization of the economy is opening new frontiers, new opportunities for new jobs, and it's also a way to prevent informality. There's no doubt that all these actions, all these activities can be recorded and registered. This can become an instrument to reduce informality. But with respect to the digital platforms, these platforms need to share the information, but this is not happening at present. So the softwares also allowed for a significant increase of telework. It allowed us to verify that teleworking was a way of organizing work that could actually offer more flexibility to workers and to companies themselves. But there have been a series of new challenges. For example, HR management. It's extremely important. You need to manage by results. What does it mean? How do you do it? Productivity comes to mind, and the fact that it can also be a double-edged sword because of gender equality. For example, if teleworking is hybrid, and it's happening, those who go back to the workplace, to the office, tend to be men, not women. Women are staying home. So from the moment that you are not visible because of telework, if there's something interesting, an interesting project, they won't think of you because you're not there. So that is also a dual-edged sword. And the dimension, the gender dimension, is important. The challenges, the intensification of work has increased. And you tell me when I need to stop because I can go on forever. I just talk. You need to stop me, please. Well, work is more intensified and there's greater exposure to psychosocial issues, mental health, as was made reference to earlier on. It is a problem that raises greater concerns while we determine whether this mental health problem is the result of a professional activity or maybe it is due to other factors and perhaps linked to employers, which sometimes say, even legitimately say, that there are stress issues, depression, and not necessarily caused by the workplace or by work. It could be the result of a series of other causes and therefore cannot be attributed to them. This is something that we've tried to discuss, and it's been difficult because of this concern. Here, on the other hand, we're looking at the platforms. We're zooming in to the platforms, and once again, we're talking about multiple business models, multiple sectors in economic activities, profiles, multiple profiles of workers. We have less qualified, highly qualified workers, and this is what characterizes the platform economy. It is very heterogeneous and diverse, and that is what poses so many challenges when we are beginning a new working relationship. As Juan Pablo mentioned, the ILO has begun a process to launch a new international norm, and the first discussion will be in 2025, the second in 2026, and we are truly asking ourselves what is the best way to guarantee adequate protection for the worker or platform workers so that they can be paid workers or self-employed, working on their own as freelancers. Uber drivers, for example, could declare that they are self-employed, especially in countries where it is the main activity for those workers. In other cases, the platforms, for example, web-based platforms, and where the three players are located in different countries around the world, and where the type of services that is provided requires higher qualifications, then it is difficult to adequately define whether we're talking about self-employed workers or paid workers with a salary on the payroll.
With this, we see the issue of what happens in case of disputes. What is the jurisdiction and the legislation to be applied? Who are the authorities that you need to go to in case of any disputes? Those are some of the problems that we have. I have nothing else, so... So given this situation, we have a series of questions. This new international standard, there is an adagio, a topic that we have heard for a long time, in the sense that there isn't a balance in terms of how the technology evolves and how regulation evolves. Therefore, in some contexts, this is used to say, well, we cannot regulate. We do not have the ability of keeping with the pace of technology, so let's avoid regulating. I don't think that this is necessarily the best answer. I do not agree with it. This sets a series of challenges on how to regulate. And how can we foresee mechanisms that allow to update international standards, but it needs to be more agile, and for this we need to have a considerable change in the paradigm. The other issue is how we can ensure a better compliance of labor protection. We have laws, we have programs and decrees, but not complying law is something common in some countries more than others. And now with digitization and technology improvements, we see the great opportunity of verifying compliance with a greater agility. Because we're using the best potential provided by technology to look at compliance. And we need to see how to do this so we do not involve the issue of people's privacy. How can we ensure that we do not have a duplicity between the different institutions related with the different components of labor protection? I'm talking about this duplicity, and I liked the intervention of Roxana when she stressed on the fact that a monitoring is needed to look at the impact of policies, but we need to do an ex-ante evaluation to design policies that consider the trade-offs for these different components in case their articulation is dismissed. And the million-dollar question is, in a labor world that is becoming more and more complex, which is characterized by uncertainty, and also in a more fragmented labor force, how can we ensure effective protection and the representation of workers' organizations that can provide a better protection for all? Thank you very much.
Hola. Funcionando. Bueno.
Hello, thank you very much, Manuela, for your excellent presentation. I will introduce you to my panelists because I'm sure that they will have a lot of things to mention afterwards, and then you can contact them. First of all, I would like to introduce Rodrigo Arim, who is the current rector of Universidad de la República in Uruguay. He holds a degree in economy from the same institution, and he has done postgraduate studies in Argentina. Before, he was the vice rector of UDELAD and also the dean of economic science and administration. He was responsible of the planning and budgeting office of the presidency of the Republic, and where he participated actively in the design of changes in the social protection matrix of Uruguay. He was also a research coordinator of Instituto Cuesta del Arte. He is currently a researcher of the School of Economic Science, and he was a consultant for several international organizations. His specializations areas are employment and income distribution, where he has published several papers. First of all, we will start with a general question that I will ask both of you, and that has to do with, based on your experience, how do you see this concept of labor protection in a regional context, marked by high levels of informality and inequality, as it was mentioned in the previous panel? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation to be part of this 30-year anniversary. I do not want to repeat some contents that were addressed, but I would like to start with a prologue that has to do with how important it is to discuss labor protection in Latin America and the Caribbean today. Many times, and probably for decades now, labor protection was seen as part of social protection, as a component of it, with a residual point of view. Well-being has to do with economic growth. Economic prosperity will have some leaks, and social protection has the role of ensuring that those that do not get the benefits of economic growth should have it through these type of interventions. My impression, it's probably wrong. I would say that that consensus has been broken over the last decade. And up to the point in which, to a great extent, what information tells us today, unfortunately, we have more information today, some associated with administrative records, where we can see the effects of evaluating social protection policies in the long term. I can say that the great increases in productivity experienced by humanity from the Industrial Revolution era to now have not always been transformed. 100 years of an accelerated pace in the increase of productivity and Industrial Revolution have not shown an increase in salaries. When do they start increasing? When labor protection comes into play. By regulating working hours, regulating child labor, maternal labor, trade union freedom that also works as a democratization mechanisms for the fruits of economic growth. So they come in to balance out the wealth that could come from productivity. The increase in productivity is a substantial source of collective well-being. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to be concerned about the dynamic problems that we have in this respect. But success in terms of collective well-being have to do with increasing productivity associated with solid and consistent social protection systems that have to do with historical moments. My second comment is that these institutional mechanisms that ensure the democratization of the fruits of growth also have to do with the dysfunctionalities of Latin America and the Caribbean. To which extent? Because there are other causes for this. And you find recently that labor protection also promotes economic growth. It's not only the other way around. Currently in Latin America and in the Caribbean, we have generated labor protection systems that are segregated, segmented, and differentiated, with 50% of informality in general, and where the adscription of the formal labor being the mechanism to access protection, we have been leaving aside for a long time now a large part of the population outside of labor protection mechanisms. I share the words of Manuela in the sense that there is a lag in the economic evolution and technology. But we need to think about which policies are required to innovate in these issues. And there are some important dimensions to be considered. I didn't know the work of Mexico. This was kind of a joke because it brings in news that are even better that were given by Calvi and Company when they analyzed the impact of minimum hours, and there was literature in these regards. But minimum wage, as Manuela was mentioning, as the construction of democratic counterbalance that can allow for the access to economic benefits are keys. In Latin America, we have a segregation, and probably these mechanisms are not the same that we require now. Let me go back to what Rosana was saying, because the emergence of new sectors and economic concentration gives to monoxonic logics. Therefore, the application of competitive markets is not good for labor protection. And I believe that we need to take a more analytic step. In some sense, we are analyzing the impact of some labor protection policy instruments, but not necessarily with these countries that have such segmented labor markets and heterogeneous as well, because the situation of Uruguay is not the same. 21% informality compared to countries that are reaching almost 70%. The southern part of the southern cone has different characteristics. But I believe that one of the main axes has to do with thinking about policy elements that can overcome the segmentation in terms of accessing policies. And I will refer to an epilogue that has to do with a recent experience. What happened in the pandemic? Contributive systems of the southern cone in the pandemic reacted reasonably well. To say it in a different way, contribution systems were created to contribute considering an exception. They provided coverage. I discussed this topic in Uruguay, if it was enough or if it wasn't. But an instrument was used to ensure in an extremely adverse context, and this is what labor protection wants to use, the access to minimum vital resources to be able to live given that context. But at the same time, we had another aspect come into play. And I am disappointed with an instrument that I thought was going to work in a better way 10 years ago. Latin America has an effort to create a non-contributive form of social protection. And let me tell you why I'm doing the link with the labor aspect that has to do with condition transfers. At some point, I thought that given a crisis, these tools were going to be able to react and cover these situations. But the truth is that these systems were scarce. This population was addressed, but not with income protection mechanisms. I'm pointing this out because I believe that the pandemic that has left us already left us with some lessons, but some learnings that have to do with the operation of social and labor protection systems have not been completely addressed in a continent that is still operating with deeply segmented markets. And probably one of the difficulties that we have to overcome inequality in Latin America, because European countries also experienced this at some point in history, has to do with the fact that we haven't been able to build consistent labor protection tools with a history that can allow us to contribute with growth. And we have to see how economic growth is not always being translated into collective well-being.
Very interesting, Rodrigo. Very interesting, this relationship between social protection and labor protection. It leads me to think of the importance of distributing the fruit of growth adequately and the relationship it has with expectation and with its relationship with the results of Latinobarometro mentioned by Manuela this morning. Offer the floor now to Veronica Laimo. Veronica is a leading specialist in market divisions at the IDB here in Chile, and she leads the Department of Social Division and Labor Markets, and of course with an accent on digital markets. Veronica began her work at the bank in 2008. Before she joined the IDB, she was a consultant for the World Bank and the Ministry of Economy in Argentina. She has a PhD in economy from Illinois University, a master's from the Universidad de La Plata in Argentina. Her research is in labor and the future of work. We're going to begin with a similar question to the one asked or posed to Rodrigo. In your experience, how do you see the main dilemmas of social protection in a very informal context as we see in the region? Good afternoon. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Fabio, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I was thinking, when I was thinking about the event, I started thinking about economy, and we had the laboratory, the beginning of Panorama Laboral. That's when I began, really. And between that and ECLAC, I feel that I haven't been alone these 30 years. You've kept me company. I am the last to speak. Everyone has spoken, said something, and it's all been very interesting. When I saw Manuela's presentation, I saw the multidimensionality factor that we have in everything. It's very present in everything, and you can't not connect the dots. So informality is another topic that is multidimensional, and we've looked at it in different directions, or from different directions. So the bank tries to offer technical support to countries when they're carrying out reforms, which is similar. We can't not regulate, we can't not change, but we do know that these are lengthy processes, and it's another aspect of multidimensionality and political economy. We try, on one hand, we try to support countries in their processes. We know they're long and difficult, and on the other hand, we work on labor policies. I wanted to share with you, to try to do something different, I wanted to share, and here I'm not sure if your definition of protection includes this, but for us it is about active policies. This is a way to help workers with opportunities, and it's something that we tend to look at in leading markets, strengthening public services and public employment services, and also the idea that they're not isolated things, that we need to improve the pertinence of training. And speaking of technology, AI technology helps us link workers with vacancies, job vacancies. And there is international evidence, but we also have evidence of programs in support of employment. For example, Bolivia, where there is a huge informality, there was a program carried out of work intermediation, subsidies to employment when a formal job was held. And this was in the short term, it was for 3 months, and the question we asked ourselves was that in parallel to the lengthy reform processes, which will hopefully happen, we do try to support the countries in the region in that sense.
Gracias, Verónica. Me quedaría así también con dos cosas, un poco la posibilidad de utilizar las tecnologías y los nuevos
Thank
datos
you.
y la
Well, we still have the
información
possibility of using technology and data to better link the capacities and skills of workers and the requirements of the labor market.
El segundo punto, la evaluación del
And
impacto de las
we have the assessment of policies. We need that a lot in the region as well. So it's kind of mea culpa, as Roxana said, to disseminate studies and move backward if necessary. I'm going to move on to the next question prepared by for the panelists. It has to do with your relationship with informality and inequality. In the more recent studies, we saw that increasing formality, even if we make the effort to formalize workers, it does not directly translate into a drop in inequality. So, according to your studies, for this to happen and for us to see the fruit of progress, what factors condition this? How can we help public policy? Yes, thank you. Well, a first comment would be that the link between informality and inequality, for some time we made some studies on this with Verónica Marante. The problem is the starting point. A document on inequality. Roxana also mentioned this. The truth is that reducing inequality has an interesting effect, but reducing informality in the relationship between informality and inequality, it's kind of a curve. I'd like to mention three things, three ideas where you can maximize the policies of informality and reduce inequality. One would be the demand and the other supply. So with respect to demand, how do we encourage the formation of formal employment in Latin America and the Caribbean? I'm going to go back to something Raimundo mentioned, and there's other authors, Modus and Johnson, which is the book that was quoted earlier today by the ILO's director. There are some perverse incentives that exist in our fiscal systems. And we may have very severe issues, too difficult to solve, but it has to do with this bias against less qualified work in our system. In general, it has a component where it falls on the payroll to pay taxes, and we need to have flat formats. It has to do with economies of scale, but regulating with stronger mechanisms for taxing can be done. It is a little difficult, but it can be done. We're generating a structure, a relative change in productive factors for the informal sector, which is not trivial. If the U.S. is concerned, like De Modo and Johnson, Latin America should be even more concerned because the deficit is even higher. So we do this with the tax system and other contributive systems. When you discuss these adjustments, it catches my attention that people discussing these matters state that it needs to be done sustainably. I have no doubt about that. But what they're doing is they're deepening the difficulty with an increase in labor costs. And it's important because we're generating a very complex incentive to informality. And there's a lot that is being done and that we're seeing in literature, but I think Latin America and the Caribbean are at a different dimension. And another aspect is that we, in general, we don't necessarily detect how heterogeneous the problem is, because one specific aspect of economy is that the increase of labor costs is going to generate a differential in employment. And the difference is much larger in more competitive markets, and the increase of labor costs may not necessarily alter employment of the more qualified workers with higher income salaries, but it may be a very severe issue for workers that are less qualified. So the same policy in different market structures has clearly differentiated impacts in terms of employment. Third comment, this is quite obvious, but I think it's important because of what I just mentioned, is supply. One of the things we need to achieve is to systematically improve education, the new cohorts. And here, Angus Deaton, in a book that he published in, I think, 2017, has a phrase that is very interesting, and it shocked me. He says that higher education is the 21st century for the development of people who had high school education in the 20th century. And I believe that this is important. Social mobility is very restricted to the higher sectors. I believe that education in itself and the inclusion of attributes that are not part of the automation process are key to move forward, to avoid this logic where the attributes of people are a supplement and not substitutes to these requirements. But it's important to find the right mechanisms to guarantee that education for informal sectors, because it's a paradox. In other countries, these policies are applied to the formal sector. My last comment. I'd like to see an agenda that has technological innovation in the agenda. And in our region, the result of technological change and social protection and the impact on inequality are not the same in our region as in the developed world, because of the structure of employment, the structure of our system at present. We need to think about innovations, public policies that somehow serve as incentives for employment are key. And this is extremely important. There is a book that mentions that policies need to guide technological development to guarantee that this actually happens. In our case, it's kind of the other way around. We're not very clear in it, but we don't really know what incentives and innovations should be part of public policies in order to improve formality, and so that this formality becomes turns into greater standards for equity.
Rodrigo, muy interesante. Bueno, también
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. That was very interesting. You touched issues from education and that went from education to taxes. So we need to call other stakeholders for the labor policies discussion. It is easy to say, but it is difficult to do. And the last topic that you addressed regarding a common development agenda for technology and digital innovation is a big pending issue in the region. Now we will move to the next and last question for Veronica, which is related to gender issues. Although we haven't addressed this as much today, Raimundo mentioned something. There is a pending issue in terms of the participation of women in the labor market. How do you think that technological improvements can be leveraged in a positive way to improve labor insertion and minimize the risks, such as the ones that Manuela just mentioned? Well, Manuela took my words, but I will repeat them. Technology, well, technology is a very broad concept, and it can help, but associated with different things. And I believe that regulation is key for that. There are two topics that I can mention. One has to do with the following. When we think about technology and increasing labor participation, the first thing that I think about is remote work as a means to increase opportunities. And regarding gender, that is harder to change, in my opinion, has to do with culture. We have to address cultural issues when we think about technology, labor, and women. I think about how we can make remote work so that men can pitch in the work and labor work-life balance, so that women do not have to do more, because they already do a lot. So it can be a means to formal employment in opposition to informal employment. The important thing is to have it available for all women. In Chile, we discussed a couple of years ago employment or quality or life, the improvement of quality of life. And I did a research, and what we could see in some research from Europe is that work flexibility was used for work-life balance, and men used it to train, and that led them to grow in the labor market. But we need to be aware of that. Technology as a labor opportunity. And this is also related to education. How can we have more women studying technology-based careers that have a better payment, that lead them to have a better salary, more formal work? And I believe that behind this, there is a cultural issue that needs to be addressed, and we're not always doing that. To give you some good news, I don't know if you know the initiative called Digital Talent for Chile that we have been working with the government for several years now. It's a boot camp type program for digital skills, and with advertising campaigns and with messages targeted at women, we have achieved 40% of women graduating from the program, which is more than the average compared to the rest of digital programs offered in the market. And I think we need to move forward in that sense, and having policies in general, but I believe that the cultural aspect is key. And to finish, for 10 years ago, we were preparing a training and labor insertion program in Uruguay, and we included care. We know that this is very important. We set some arrangements with business people where they were going to take care of care for children, and they told us, well, my husband won't let me go to work. So you prepare a very nice program, you give them childcare, but in the end we have an additional barrier that comes beforehand. So how can we change those things at home before even changing policies? Thank you very much. I could continue talking about this topic that I'm very passionate about for a long time. I agree with cultural aspects. If we do not see any changes in that regard, we won't see any more changes in labor participation. Cultural changes that lead us to a greater co-responsibility in terms of care and tasks in and out of the households, also linked to violence. That is very important in the region. But the labor participation of women, we know that access to care is not the only thing that should be considered. Also, public transportation and safety. There are many factors that come into play. Thank you very much to our three panelists. And before giving the floor to questions from the audience, I heard that we have Mr. Guido Giraldi with us, who is part of Congreso del Futuro in Chile. And he wanted to share with us some thoughts. Thank you very much for your invitation at the ILO. I come from Congreso Futuro. It is an instance that gathers the Senate, Chilean universities, entities, and the administration of the country. We have a big event every year in January. We have more than 3 million followers, and we have commissions where we have 1,000 academicians working on the vision of future in different areas, and one of them is labor. I think that it is very important to notice that we look ahead and we need to model possible futures, and one of them is the one that has been described here. I wish we could have that future. I agree with Rodrigo. We come from a wonderful world that is the second industrial revolution that modeled our institutions, our universities, our way of thinking, our work. Thanks to regulations, our world made progress in human rights, access, equality, education, intellectual capacities and creative capacities. But after Thatcher's reform in the 1980s, there was a world that said that democracy didn't solve their problems, and that world starts voting for dystopia. I believe that we have a different scenario ahead in labor that is very different from what we know. If we do not understand that we are in an enormous civilization change, it is very difficult to analyze the context of the future. I believe that all of our institutions are experiencing obsolescence, and due to a lack of thinking into the future, we have to see that we do not have any new answers. Why? Because the intellectual world was in the thinking arena. It had time to think. But now this thinking force is outside of the parliaments and does not have any time to think, because we are in an area where the speed of processes leads to immediateness. There aren't any ministers, at least in Chile, that have a second to think about any new things. And when you do not have any thought, you think about the past. The left and the right wing had a very important role to play before, but currently they do not have an answer for this new world. I want to set you a scenario that may be dystopic, but I would like for it to be included. We are in the middle of an exponential growth of artificial intelligence, but we do not realize still what we're creating with generative intelligence, and it can be for better or for worse. None of these technologies are public goods. It's public companies where we will go into the cyberspace with a world without regulations. None of the challenges set by Rodrigo will take place in that arena. We created the first law on neuro rights as a protection for the brain with data. Cyberspace does not have any rules. Look at how Google and Facebook have undertaken privacy, data, and the planet. It's a new continent. It's a new world with a gigantic power. We're not making progress in terms of getting more equality. It is a complete power that they have. This will also affect, among other things, democracy, but labor as well. Productivity in the future will be technology, not human beings. Human beings are threatened to become obsolete by artificial intelligence. So these are topics that involve ethics, and we should discuss. And what does this threat mean? If human beings are not the factor of productivity, social policies will not be well addressed. Business people will be more interested on educating artificial intelligence, and we will have a replacement situation. There is an optimistic view that believes in the creation of more employment, but we believe that the substitution with ChatGPT will be enormous. Not only repetitive tasks, I'm talking about complex tasks. I am a physician, and we can be replaced it has a creative capacity as well. It can create content. We will not distinguish between humans, not humans, musicians, attorneys, journalists will also be threatened. Replacement, but also some time ago we had Mark that was invited to a meeting organized by the Ministry of Labor that talked about the impact of platform in the replacement of contract work or paid work. So we have two phenomena. One is replacement. Some say that half of the employment will be severely affected, that 60% of young people being born today will have employments that have not been created yet once they reach adolescence. So there is a desynchronization that is outside of all possibilities of regulations because people do not have time, content, and processes, legislative processes are slow. I was a congressperson myself. So what happens with social provision? Will we have a universal basic income? What will people do with their free time? We will experience structural changes that do not have the necessary urgency. And regulation today is urgent. We need to address ethical issues. What do we want to keep for humans? Political issues are also important. We have to consider Facebook, Google, people going to Mars, the metaverse. It will also change labor structures because I will never go to a store to buy things. I will go shopping at the metaverse. So there are changes that are enormously transformative, and those topics are not always exposed, and I believe that we should be talking about this because we're moving into a dystopia, and if this scenario takes place, the scenario will be more unequal. Here, an important part, what happens when who puts the capital into a project will have an enormous income because there aren't any workers involved, and robotics are being updated in the cloud. It will be cheaper every time. A robot works many more hours than humans. We're doing a pensions reform that points out to have 6% more from the worker, but that will change the structure of workers, of salary workers, of replacement workers will change. I was the director of the environmental service, and I can tell you that we will experience gigantic changes. The problems of the future will be mental health, obesity, as a huge pandemic, and not under the traditional context. What I believe is interesting, and we're working on this with all universities, is to try to focus on these issues because there is a certain level of urgency involved. I would just like to comment on that, and I believe that the ILO should lead this process because it is urgent, it is vital, and if this world makes progress without regulations, we are in a very complex situation. I would just like to say that all these platforms are transhumanistic. They do not believe in regulations, they do not believe in humans, they say that humans are obsolete. The most influential people believe that you need to work in a monopoly-based society. Unlike religions that offered blind people to see, for people that could walk to walk, they're already achieving this. They will represent a vision that is very complex. I believe that democracies and institutions that still believe in human beings need to act on this. And one of the that is precariousness, loss of employment. People will probably live in the metaverse. Poor people will live in the metaverse. I believe that where we're headed, and if things do not come better, we should.
These reflections to us they will leave us with food for thought. It is time to reflect. And all this allows us to think about the future. And relating all this, was said in the panel, someone said that they with human relations, it reminded me of a movie I watched once where a person fell in love with a robot and then expected the robot to fall in love with him as well. So can we allow this future, or how can we get this? I think we passed.
Pero no sé, hago una pregunta, o pasamos a 2 minutos. Entonces les damos 2 minutos de cierre a cada uno.
So we're going to allow everyone to take 2 minutes.
Empezar tú, Manuela, y vamos así en orden esta vez.
Bueno,
in the first place, apologies, she's not using a microphone. Perdón, el micrófono está encendido. It's closely related to social assistance. We need to try to change the narrative and to build a more systematic. Another important thing that was interesting in that the risks are huge. Regulation is a way to set the foundation for a more just society where human beings are in control. And this future perspective, that is not so much the future, it is pretty much the present. It's important to consider technology as an independent variable. Technology is created by humans. So it's important to circumscribe and restrict power, the power of the 5, Google and Amazon, for example. This is a matter that goes beyond, among other policies that intervene and that Rodrigo made reference to earlier. Another point, gender. In digital platforms, the participation of women is lower in respect of men. It's lower than the offline economy, than the real economy. A series of considerations, even the fact that it is so unequal in terms of caregiving, domestic labor. But it's not the only factor. If we are talking about regulating a digital platform that is inclusive, that is fair, we need to try to see to what extent we can prevent it from becoming yet another reproduction of discrimination. I believe that was mentioned earlier as well. Thank you. I have another microphone here, Veronica. The truth is that I think Manuel mentioned it as well. We have questions and we need answers. We need to continue asking ourselves questions and trying to figure out how to move forward. I feel that sometimes we innovate when we least expect it. When we were younger, we imagined the 2000 as a year, perhaps without WhatsApp and cell phones like we have now. Have the ability to find ways to move forward and not get stuck in this dystopian reality that everything is going to be wrong and bad. It's important to also address climate change. When we were younger, the ozone layer and the world had all these challenges. We didn't imagine solutions, the solutions that we have today and that are being developed and that have been achieved thanks to the Paris Agreement and other international agreements that we need to keep pushing until we achieve it. I think regulations need to change. We need to keep pushing. Three comments. I'm quite optimistic. I think it's very relevant to think about the impact of technology on society and the unequal impact of technology on society. I don't think that dystopian scenarios are such a risk. The same thing with democracy. Today, democracy and this lack of social control of the media is a severe issue, to the point that in elections you can control or not the messaging. I'd like to conclude by mentioning a counterfactual scenario. Also important. What if 10 years ago we'd had a pandemic? The pandemic was terrible. However, without the possibility of having the interconnection that we've had to digital platforms, the educational system, the scenario would have been much worse. Allowed us to do was to remain virtually connected in a context where we needed to be isolated for health reasons. Contributions of mankind, and this would not ago before we would send a letter to our parents when we traveled, hoping it would arrive, and now my child is traveling all over the place and sends me WhatsApps. So this is something we need to take care of. And it's not trivial in the labor world. And Latin America was the region that had the highest number of mortality, and there was partial coverage given the informality. It wasn't part of the political agenda, and that's why these messiah like messages by our leaders were not very effective. They simply sent us all to isolation. We were able to isolate, and that was sort of a privilege, and we didn't really have the progression. We had no alternative to generate income if it wasn't through informality throughout the pandemic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our panelists. We also have gifts for you. While Sonia offers the gifts to our panelists, I'd like to thank Guido Girardi for being with us. And Congreso Futuro is participating in new efforts to include the CUT to have a work plan in order to further analyze these topics. And the ILO's office will be supporting this effort. One of these efforts will begin on November 28th with the CUT summit, and we will be accompanying our colleagues from the Studies Division will be present in order to analyze the impact of AI, generative AI, on the labor market. And that is extremely important to understand the impact that it will have. So we are announcing the visit of our colleague Janine. Yes, well, Congreso Futuro is January 15th to the 20th. We have 120 speakers. So we hope to see you there as well. Well, I wanted to make a note of that. Thank you. Thank you. We hope to see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're starting at 9 with an interesting panel on climate change and informality measurement. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.